Hello, everybody. This is Ayfer Gedikli from Turkey. Welcome to International Congress of Energy, Economy and Security Conference, ENSCON'21 conference. And hello from Istanbul, but I know that there are plenty of academicians, scholars, and researchers all over the world following us. And just like every year, this year we're going to have a very qualified and a very prestigious papers will be presented, and it's going to be again a very qualified conference. And unfortunately, we are again not very much happy because we couldn't see each other face to face. And unfortunately, this year conference is again online. But hopefully next year we're going to have a face-to-face conference, and hopefully there will be a great alleviation on the pandemic, and people started traveling. And next time we will come together in Istanbul and give hugs to each other, and then we all have good times together. And we will be very happy to host you in Istanbul, a very fascinating city. I got many emails from my colleagues from all over the world, and they keep complaining about talking on the phones and then coming together via electronic devices like Skype presentations and other issues like Google Meets and others. So hopefully next year we're going to have a face-to-face conference, and then I'm sure that's going to be much more emotional for us. And this year we're going to discuss the post-pandemic effects of COVID-19, but on environmental and on energy issues. That's why the topic is going to be environmental and energy policies during post-COVID pandemic. So, of course, just because the basic issue is energy and security, we're going to discuss mostly energy side and environmental side, and then resources side of it. And as the previous conferences, we are going to have again very qualified and very important keynote speakers, and also very important special issues. So first of all, of course, we are going to have an opening panel, and we will have some paper presentations. And just like every year, we will have some very qualified keynote presentations. And different from the previous years, we're going to have the opening panel discussion at 3 o'clock with Turkey local time, because our keynotes are from different countries all over the world. So we couldn't make the arrangement of timing. That's why the best time for the conference opening panel would be, unfortunately, at 3 o'clock. So we're going to start with the normal paper presentations, and afterwards at 3 o'clock, we're going to come together and listen worldwide qualified, very important scholars on energy, resources, and other important issues. So it's going to be a very effective, a very prestigious opening panel discussion, I'm sure. Please do not miss at 3 o'clock our opening panel discussions. So during the conference, we're going to present all the papers within 2 channels, and then all the detail is explained on our website. Please go ahead and just kindly check room 1 and room 2, and then whichever room you are going to be, please just check. And both channels will be broadcasted on YouTube, and it's going to be an online. So whichever channel you would like to follow, it's going to be online. And at the same time, even though you miss one of the presentations, you can go back to YouTube, and then you can check your papers, and whichever paper you would like to follow, you can just go ahead and check. So and we have, as I said, 3 prestigious special issues, and they are going to be all SSCI journals and special issues. If you are interested, please go ahead and just visit our website and check the details of the journals as well. And in every year, in every ENSCON conference, we have very qualified scholars who really support us, who never leave us alone. And of course, the greatest important person for us is Professor Dr. Mohamed Shahbaz and Mohamed Ali Nasser and Seyfettin Erdogan. And without them, unfortunately, this conference would not be that qualified. And then their existence, their support, their work is always very qualified. And then among all of you, I'd like to just send my special thanks to my colleagues, my brothers as well. So there are some other very important academicians who always support us, Professor Dr. Gary Campbell and Berrien Tansel, Professor Dr. Berrien Tansel, and they always support us, and they always give special support to our conference. And then we would like to send our special thanks and greetings to them. And you will see also, you will follow also their paper presentations as keynote speakers also. And we have Professor Dr. Scott Cunningham, Professor Dr. Russell Smith, Professor Dr. Perry Sadowski, and Professor Dr. Hendrik Lund from different countries, from different universities, from all over the world, from Australia, from Canada, from United States, from UK. So as you see, it's going to be a very international conference, starting from China to United States and then from Australia to Canada. So we will have, at the end of the conference, we will have a good knowledge about what's going on in the world, about energy, about environmental issues, and during and after the COVID process. Hopefully, we're going to have a better condition all over the world, and then our papers, the scientific issues, and all our presentations will be helpful. Both for the literature and also for the bureaucrats and the policymakers, and then I'm sure that they will get benefit from all these things. So thank you very much for coming again. Thank you very much for sending your papers to our conference. And thank you very much for following us. And every year, ENSCON is getting more and more qualified and more international with your support and with your help. And so it's going to be a very interesting and very prestigious process for us. And please go ahead and just check the program and then choose the best papers for yourself or your interest. And it's going to be a very qualified conference, I'm sure. And hopefully you will enjoy and hopefully you will get benefit. And thank you very much. And then our conference is starting now, both in 2 channels, room 1 and room 2. Please go ahead and check your links and then follow the papers. Thank you. Okay, dear participants, thank you very much for waiting. And then we're going to start with the first session. And our first presenter is going to be from Malaysia. And Dr. Ramiz, welcome.
Welcome. Thank you.
Okay, it's your turn. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Shall I start now?
Sure, please.
Okay. I don't know what to say. Good morning or good evening or whatever. In Malaysia now, it's already evening. So good evening, everyone. So today I have, my name is Ramiz. I'm from Curtin University, Malaysia. Today I have a topic related to natural resource, or for the, it will be very interesting topic for those who are living in resource-based countries. My topic is, the title of my topic is, can natural resource-based countries still grow despite the curse? In a linear investigation of the role of innovation. I think most of you heard about the natural resource curse and how this phenomenon is still considered as one of the major threats for resource-based countries. What does natural resource curse mean? Natural resource, when it's a phenomenon, explain why usually natural resource based countries or natural resource rich countries suffer from low economic growth compared to countries without natural resource. So that's the meaning of the natural resource curse. Let me start with why this natural resource. This issue actually it's still debated over the 30 years, and a lot of explanation about this different mechanism why usually those countries rich in natural resource suffer from the low economic growth, or with the corruption also suffer. Usually here I like to focus on two main channels. Okay, we have a different channels, corruption, conflict, but usually I like to focus on two channels, which is the first one, what we call it the productive of investment, or the investment productivity. Usually the easy access for countries or the easy access for money in resource-based countries encourage the government to engage in unproductive investment, or what, as Professor Gail Fasson like to call it, white elephant. Not only unproductive investment, also we have one important channel, we call it the Dutch disease. The Dutch disease, usually when the money comes from the natural resource, cause a real exchange rate appreciation. When the real exchange rate appreciate, what happened? The export become expensive in the international market, which affect the competitiveness of the country. So now that's the most important. Usually, for the purpose of study, I'm focusing on these two channels. Now let's ask ourselves very important question. So can we say that every country rich in natural resource, this country will be cursed? In fact, they say that the natural resource. This is a lot of opinion about this issue. So resource curse is not. They like to call it is not an immutable law, which means it's not necessarily that every country rich in natural resource, this country will be cursed. We have a different example from countries from in Australia, New Zealand, Norway. These countries, even USA, this country rich in natural resource. But at the same time, you will find this country already escaped from this phenomenon. So here's another trend in the literature, try to explain what are the factors that help the country to escape the natural resource curse. Professor Shahbaz, as you mentioned, talk at the beginning in the introduction, Professor talk about the role of financial development also in this phenomenon. And also we have some scholars talk about the role of institution. But honestly, what inspired me to write this paper? One quote from Van der Ploeg, 2011, he says that the resource-rich countries with high investment in exploration in technology seems to enjoy the fruit of their natural resource wealth, which means, inspired by this quote, actually, I tried to explore whether innovation can help the country to escape the natural resource curse, or or not. So that's actually the contribution. We are going to focus in this research about the BRICS country. Maybe you will ask me why focus on the BRICS countries. Actually, it's very difficult to find a countries or group of countries rich in natural resource. At the same time, you will find the innovation can be considered in acceptable level. So that's why I selected, BRICS countries. So here I can say this paper is the first paper to try to identify the role of innovation in natural resource scarce thesis. Not only that, in this paper also, we are going to to explain how innovation. We are not going to say whether there is an impact or not impact, but we are going to explain more how innovation can influence the natural resource scarce phenomenon. Also, this is the first paper to focus in natural resource scarce in the BRICS as a group. Most of our research available only on one or two different countries in a BRICS. BRICS, I mean about Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa. Now, let me explain a little bit the theoretical foundation. Why I think innovation can play an important role in the natural resource scarce phenomenon. So that usually this is the relationship between natural resource and economic growth. When a country rich in natural resource, that will affect usually, as I said at the beginning, it will cause to the government will engage in unproductive investment. At the same time, we will have something we call it the Dutch disease. Now, let's try to understand how innovation can break this relationship. Now, we will find that usually they say, according to the literature, that innovation can or create the added value for a project. So if we could create the added value of the project, so now we can replace unproductive investment with the productive investment. That's actually, there are a lot of scholars, or many scholars talk about this issue, how innovation can increase the efficiency of the investment. So by doing so innovation can break the first channel of natural resource course. So the second channel here, we call it, the Dutch disease or Dutch disease healing, as we say. So usually if we have innovation in the country, so the innovation will help to increase the quality of the product. So if the quality of our product enhanced, in that case, we will be able to compete in the international market. So the Dutch disease can be healed. So that's the theory behind, why we think innovation can help a country break the resource. So now let me talk a little bit about the model. Actually, I constructed 4 models in my study. These 4 models, starting from the Cobb-Douglas production function. So based on the Cobb-Douglas production function, we say that economic growth or the output function of efficiency and investment, also the labor force. So now this is the first equation. Now, if we divide by N, which is the labor, we will find equation number 2. So now we replace the efficiency with the function of the determinant of efficiency, or 2 determinant of the efficiency, which is the natural resource dependent. A lot of research talk about how the natural resource can affect the efficiency, and also innovation, how can innovation affect the efficiency. So from this, from equation 3, we can find the equation 4. So this is the first, or the beginning of our first model. So in the first model, you will see, we will try to understand how natural resource affect economic growth, but in non-linear. Because why? Because Shahbaz 2019 added this quadratic term, because he always think that the natural resource has a good impact on economic growth. Until a certain level, this natural resource will turn to be, or the impact will turn to be negative. So that's why we added the quadratic term. So from model 1, we go to model 2. In the model 2 here, we added the interaction term between natural resource and innovation in equation 6. So that's why the goal of this model to explore how innovation will affect the relationship between natural resource and economic growth. So this is the first two models. The third model, now we will try to explain how natural resource or how innovation can break the resource curse by adding, we will try to add a very important thing, which is the what we call it a three-way interaction term. Okay, this is actually this is one of the contribution of this paper. Here we added, you see here, we had a three-way interaction term between natural resource, innovation, and investment. How can we explain this actually? Because here we need to know whether innovation has an impact on the role of investment in the relationship between natural resource and economic growth. One more time, here the goal of the three-way interaction term to explain or to explore whether innovation can impact the role of investment in the relationship between economic growth and natural resource. So in the model 3, we will try to identify whether the course can be broken through investment or unproductive investment channel. And the model 4, we will try to know whether the resource curves can be broken through Dutch disease. So actually, this is the summary of my 4 models in this study. So the first one, just the direct relationship between natural resource and GDP. In the second one, we will try to explain the role of innovation in the relationship, and then we will try to identify whether innovation has an impact on the role of investment in the relationship between natural resource and growth. And the fourth model, innovation, whether the innovation has an impact on the role of exchange rate in the relationship between natural resource and GDP. So about the methodology here, we don't use complicated methodology actually. We use the traditional methodology in our research by using the cross-sectional independence and also the unit root test of the second generation of unit root test. We use also the conjugation and method like Cow, Petroni, and Westerland 2008. And also we use fully modified and dynamic OLS to find the long-run relationship between our variable. The data from BRICS country between 2018, and almost of the data sourced from the World Development Indicator, except for the innovation, which is the World Intellectual Property Organization. This is the source. Okay, what does innovation? Innovation is the number of patents. Now let me go quickly, because I don't want to take more time. Let me go quick, show you quickly my result. Actually, this is the preliminary result of my models. Actually, look what we found here. In model 1, we found in the BRICS actually the natural resource curves exist actually, and we will find here the quadratic term is positive, while the NRD or the natural resource dependence variable is negative, which means here we have a nonlinear U-shaped relationship. Okay, nonlinear U-shaped relationship, which means natural resource decrease economic growth until a certain point. BRICS country succeeded to, or some BRICS country succeeded to escape from the natural resource. So from this curse. So this is the first model. In the second model, we added the natural resource or the interaction term between the natural resource and innovation. And we found the innovation, when we added the interaction term, we found the innovation reduced. Okay, you see here that there is a negative sign, there is a positive sign for interaction term, which means innovation decrease, okay, the negative impact of natural resource. Okay, this is the model 2. Innovation decrease the negative impact of natural resource. In a model 3, what we found in model 3? In model 3 is very interesting, actually, the model 3 and model 4. You can see when we added the three-way interaction term, we found that the interaction term or the two-way interaction term does not bear the same meaning. You see, it tends to be insignificant, while the three-way interaction term to be significant, which means the impact or the positive impact of innovation, okay, transferred through investment channel, which means innovation improve the quality of our investment. So the quality of our investment will help to reduce the natural resource cost. That's the meaning of model three. Not only model three, model four find the same thing. When we included the three-way interaction with the real exchange rate, we will find also these, which is the two-way interaction term here is tend to be insignificant, which means also innovation can reduce the natural resource cost through reducing the consequences of the real exchange rate appreciation, which means this is what we call it Dutch disease healing. Okay, Dutch disease healing. Okay, honestly, I did another robustness check. I changed the variable of natural resource. I used another variable for natural resource, and also I used another technique, and I found the same result, which confirmed that our result is robust. Okay, so that's the summary of my result. This is the nonlinear or the U-shaped relationship, and also here we found the model two, how innovation can reduce the negative impact of natural resource. And also we found, actually when we did the calculation, we found only China is the country that really reached to the level, okay, the threshold that can be to the level that help the country to escape the natural resource. I calculated the level and I found the level is around 46,166 patent. And here is this is the summary of model three, and this is the summary of model four. But now, if I need to compare between model three or model four, can I say here the impact is only through Dutch disease or investment? We can compare here the magnitude or the parameter between these three-way interaction term and this three-way interaction term. We will find usually we found innovation can play more important role or greater role through the Dutch disease channel rather than investment channel. Okay, so that's what's the conclusion? Okay, the conclusion here, you can see the conclusion. Actually, BRICS country has a U-shape, a non-linear relationship with economic growth, or the natural resource has a U-shape non-linear channel, which means BRICS country really suffer from the natural resource curse. But with more innovation, as we found, with more innovation, this country can break this resource curse. Now, if we need to ask ourselves how we can say usually innovation can help the country to produce high quality product. So high quality product, which means will help the non-traded sector, or what we call it the non-resource sector like manufacturing, to increase the quality and also increase the export and increase the competitiveness. By doing so, the natural resource curse phenomenon will be escaped. Okay, so what's the policy implication here? This is the most important thing. The policy usually from any country that have a huge amount of natural resource income, it's very important for this country to use the money to increase the innovation activities. That's very important thing. Not only that, so now we need to think also what are the sectors that needs this innovation. Usually we will find the manufacturing sector is the most important sector, can attract can use the innovation. And the final thing here, we can use some strategies that we use the fund coming from the natural resource to establish what we call it the innovation funds, or to help those small companies, or to help any institution that needs to do innovation, so we can use the money comes from the natural resource to increase the innovation. So sorry for taking time, extra time, but that's all about my research.
For this remarkable paper. Me, myself personally, I'm really interested in resource curves and innovation. So for me, it was a really remarkable paper, and it was a really good one. Thank you very much for your presentation, and then hope to meet you again in the next conference. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, dear participants, hello back again. And then after a short break, we're going to start with our presentations. And then this is the session 2. We're going to start with Professor Dr. Vladimir Klepiko, and he's going to present trends in capacity changes in oil refining in European energy sectors. And it's your turn, dear Professor. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Good day, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Vladimir Klepikov, National Research University, Higher School of Economics. The subject of my today's report is trends in capacity changes in oil refining in the European energy sector. The European energy sector is one of the leading oil refinement sectors worldwide. Therefore, the problem of developing the refining capacities at European refineries is an important political and economic objective. The aim of this study was to determine the trends in the refining capacities in European countries and regions. To achieve this goal, the following steps were taken. Develop the methodology for assessing changes in oil refining capacities in countries and regions. Determine the dynamics of the refining capacities of states and regions. Identify trends in the concentration of capacities in European countries, assess the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic on the capacity of European refineries, provide a forecast for the development of oil refining capacities based on the identified trend. The study period of 2005-2020 was considered. After analyzing the statistics data of oil refining capacities in European countries, a three-dimensional RAP was formed. The share of countries in the capacity of regions is determined by the equation number 1 as a ratio of the capacity volume to the capacity of a region. To determine the relative capacity of countries to the capacity value in 2005, we use the equation number 2. The share of countries in the capacity of Europe is determined by the relation number 3. The region's contribution to the capacity of Europe is determined by the relation number 4. The share of regions and Europe in the 2005 capacities can be determined by the expression number 5. To determine the concentration amount of capacities of European countries, we use the Gini and Herfindahl-Hirschman indices, equations number 6 and 7. The data of this slide show that out of 12 countries, the largest contribution to the North capacity value is made Germany, the UK, the Netherlands, and Belgium. The total contribution of the remainder of the regions was approximately 30%. Italy had the greatest volume in the South capacity value. The share of Italian value gradually decreased from 43% in 2005 to 38% in 2020. The total volume of the 5 largest oil refining countries, Italy, Turkey, Greece, Ukraine, and Romania, was 72-77% of the current region's capacity. The total contribution of the remainder of the region was 22-28%. Approximately 90% of the West's capacity value was contributed by France and Spain. In the period from 2005-2011, France was the leader. From 2011-2013, the contribution of the leaders was mirrored, and from 2013-2020, France lost its position to Spain. Portugal accounted for no more than 10% of the total region capacity. In the sum of contributions of the leading countries in the regions, to the European capacity. Representatives of the North, Germany, UK, Netherlands, and Belgium, are in the first position, 33-34%, followed by the leaders of the West, France and Spain, 18-19%. And then the leaders of the South, Italy and Turkey, 17%. The capacity of Europe and all its regions remain practically at the same level from 2019 to 2020. The Gini and Herfindahl-Hirschman indices were at a sufficient distance from the maximum values and decreased throughout the study period. This result shows a trend toward a decrease in the concentration and more even distribution of refining capacities across Europe. The change in the capacity of regions in the share of Europe and relative to the capacities in 2005 is presented on this slide. Relative to the current capacity in Europe, the share of the North accounted for approximately half. The share of the South accounted for about 30%, and that of the West accounted for 20%. You see there again that the share of Europe and all its regions remain practically at the same level from 2019 to 2020. And during the period under review, the capacity of the South and West decreased by 14%, while the value of decline in the North presented 8%. Different refineries in Europe can process different grade of crude oil. In this study, we use a unified approach, but if necessary, these methods can be applied in the research for each grade of refined oil. And the conclusions. A developed methodology allows the estimation of changes in oil refining capacities in countries and regions. The capacities in Germany, Italy, France, and Spain were the largest amongst all European countries and were in the top 5 from 2005 to 2020. The share of the North accounted for 50%. The share of the South, 30%, and that of the West accounted for 20% in European capacity. The Gini and Herfindahl-Hirschman indices decreased throughout the study period. These results show a tendency toward a more even distribution of refining capacities across Europe. The capacities of Europe and all its regions remained at the same level from 2019 to 2020. Consequently, the COVID-19 pandemic had practically no effect on the European refining sector. The capacity in the South and West decreased by an average of 0.93% per year and in the North by 0.53% per year, while maintaining the rate of change in the volume at the level achieved in the study period. A 20% decrease to the level of 2005 in the North can be achieved in 2043, while the South and West by 2027. The scientific novelty of the presented method is to determine the dynamics of the capacities and the contribution of states to the magnitude of the regions, identify the trends in the concentration of capacities of states, determine the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic on the capacity sector of Europe, and forecast the trends in the capacities of regions. The presented methods can be applied for projects to distribute capacity in other oil refining regions, for regional development strategies and planning of oil resource supplies, for assessments of possible supply volumes of various types of raw materials for processing to the regions. Thank you for your attention, and if you have any questions, feel free to ask me.
Dear Professor, thank you very much for your remarkable presentation. And if there are further questions, they will ask from the messages, or probably they will send some email, then you can get the questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Professor.
Thank you. Hey, hello, everyone. I'm Anna Du from Edinburgh Napier University, Scotland. I'm very glad to be here today to present my papers. Yes, here I said papers. Given I got 3 papers to present in this session, hopefully by the end of the session, you won't be sick of me. The first paper I'm going to present is the role of environmental regulation of a home country in enhancing innovation performance of Chinese EMNEs. EMNEs here stands for Emerging Market Multinational Enterprises. This paper is co-authored with my colleagues, Professor Quanyang Du, Dr. Zhongyuan Li, Dr. Tianle Yang, and Dr. Su Quanchen from Zhejiang University of Technology, China. The structure of the presentation, first, I will talk about the research questions. And after that, I will move on to discuss the hypothesis development. And then we will move on to look at the data and methodology, followed by the results of data analysis. Last but not the least, we're going to look at the conclusion and contribution of this study. So first, research questions. This study examines the impact of environmental regulation of home country on the innovation performance of EMNEs. Besides this, we also look at the moderation role of FDI entry mode and state ownership. So now let's look at the hypothesis. There are 3 hypotheses for this study. The first hypothesis, the environmental regulation of home country is positively related to the innovation performance of EMNEs via internalization. So we expect the environmental regulation has a positive impact on the innovation performance in the country of China. That's the main hypothesis. And the second hypothesis, we look at the moderation impact of entry mode. We expect for acquisition, it should have a positive moderation impact on the relationship. So we hypothesize a higher proportion of acquisition compared with greenfield is positively related to the relationship between the environmental regulation of home country and the firm's innovation performance. The third hypothesis will look at the moderation impact of state ownership. And for state ownership, we expect that's a negative moderation impact. So we hypothesize the state-owned background of the parent EMNEs is negatively related to the relationship between the environmental regulation of home country and the firm's innovation performance. We can also look at the hypothesis from this chart. So from the chart, we can see on the left side, that's environmental regulation. On the right side, innovation performance. So hypothesis 1, we look at the impact of environmental regulation on innovation performance. And we expect that's a positive impact in the context of China, of course. And hypothesis 2, that's FDI strategy. So FDI entry mode acquisition, we expect the acquisition should have a positive moderation impact. And the third hypothesis, state ownership, we expect the state ownership has a negative moderation impact on the relationship between environmental regulation and innovation performance. So now let's move on to look at the data and methodology. First, the data. We collect our sample, we collect all FDI by Chinese listed firms over the period 2010 to 2016, and we have a sample of 2,312 events. And for the variables, dependent variable, that's innovation performance, and independent variable, environmental regulation. Environmental regulation is measured by the environmental regulation intensity, and that includes the smoke, wastewater, and SO2. And for the moderation variables, we have MA, so that's merger acquisitions, entry mode, and state ownership. So we got two moderation variables corresponding to the second and third hypothesis. And control variables will include R&D, firm age, firm size, and debt level. For the analysis, we use OLI, so OLS, ordinary least square. That's a standard method to look at variance between variables. And now let's look at the results. So here we got three models. The first model, we look at the impact of environmental regulation on innovation performance. So if we look at the first model, we can say for environmental regulation, that's significant positive. Okay, that's a significant positive, which concurs with our first hypothesis. And for the second model, let's look at the second variable, interaction between environmental regulation and acquisition. So the second model looks at the moderation impact of entry mode, or we call acquisition. So here we can also say that's a significant positive. And for the model 3, we look at the moderating impact of state ownership. So we look at the variable, the third variable, that's the interaction between environmental regulation and state ownership. And for the third model, we can say that's negative significant. So significant negative impact of state ownership. That's a negative moderating role. Okay. So from our results, we can say if they are all consistent with our hypothesis. Besides our main analysis, we have done two robust tests. So the first robust test, we substitute the manufacturing industry and a home country derivation. Here we got 5 models. So we divide this sample into based on the country. So we got, if you look at the variables, we got environmental regulation and M&A proportion developed, and we have developing as well. So when we divide it into different divisions, into different categories, we saw the same result. Okay, and we say for developed countries, so developed countries is more significant. So both developed countries and developing countries, they are positive, they have a positive impact, but for developed countries is significant, okay, is significant. For developing countries is positive, but not significant. That's the first robust test. And the second robust test, we substitute the environmental regulation and innovation performance. So this one, we change the dependent variable. Okay, the dependent variable, we don't use environmental regulation intensity anymore. Instead, we use a CPRR, that's comprehensive pollution removal rate. Okay, we use comprehensive pollution removal rate to measure environmental regulation, and we say the same result. So for model 1, that's the impact of environmental regulation. So say PRR, that's positive significant. And for model 2, we look at the interaction between CPRR and M&A. We say that's positive significant. And for model 3, the interaction between CPRR and state ownership, we say that's negative significant. So which is consistent with our main result. Now let's look at the conclusion and contribution of this study. So the conclusion, this study found a positive relationship between environmental regulation of the home country and the innovation performance of EMNEs via internalization. So we say for the environmental regulation, the home country environmental regulation, it has a positive impact on the innovation performance of EMNEs. And besides that, we look at the moderation impact of entry mode and state ownership. So for this relationship between environmental regulation and innovation performance is strengthened when the firms use acquisition rather than greenfield in FDI. And besides this, we also found for the ownership, that's a negative moderation impact on the relationship between environmental regulation on firms' innovation performance. That's our overall conclusion. And the contribution, so first, the study explores the relativeness of environmental regulation and innovation in emerging countries. So that's in the context of emerging countries. We use China as an example. Second, we consider the home country government institution by integrating the firm's FDI strategy and state ownership. So we look at the moderation impacts as well. And the limitations and further research, let's look at the limitations first. So we have three limitations here. First, we use China as the evidence. China is the biggest economy, but it's still unclear whether China represents the whole emerging economy. So we say, due to the China's unique political and economic system, it's necessary to do more research in the context of other emerging economies to look at the impact of environmental regulation on the innovation performance. So we shall extend this study in the context of other emerging economies. That's first. The second, the proxy indicator of environmental regulation are measured by pollutant emissions. So for environmental regulation, we use pollutant emissions to measure this. It's not direct regulations. So it's not government law or regulations. So it's not direct regulations from the country. And for further study, it could consider direct laws and regulations to measure the environmental regulation. And third, our sample only consists of the listed companies in China, but we have the small to medium-sized enterprises as well, and we could extend the study to include more firms or all firms or small to medium-sized firms in the further research. Yeah, that'll be all for this presentation. Thank you very much. And here, that's my email address, a.do@napier.ac.uk. So if you got any questions, drop me an email. Thank you. Bye.
Very lovely presentation.
Thank you. Thank you. Hey, hello everyone. Yeah, it's Anna Du again. Now I'm going to present my second paper. The title of the second paper is SMEs Respond to Climate Change, Evidence from Developing Countries. So in the previous paper, I talked about the listed companies from China, and I did mention it's significant to extend the study to SMEs or other developing countries. And here comes to my second paper. And this paper is co-authored with my colleagues, a few colleagues across the UK, including Dr. Alam from Suffolk, Dr. Rahman from Lincoln, Professor Yadifa from Burmos, and Dr. Abbasi from Pakistan. And the structure of the presentation, first, I can talk about the research question. After that, the motivation of the study will be discussed or will be justified. And then we're going to move on to look at the data and methodology. After that, the results of data analysis will be presented. Finally, the conclusion and contribution of the study. So first, research question. This study look at the relationship between climate change and SMEs, small and medium enterprises innovation from developing countries. So normally when we talk about the climate change, we will think it should be for the big companies, listed companies in developed countries. That should be their responsibility to deal with, to look after climate change. But actually, for small and medium enterprises from the developing countries, they suffer even more from climate change. Because for developing countries, they are more impacted by this due to their low physical and financial capacity. The government provides inadequate support for social safety nets. Besides this, the infrastructure in developing countries is often weak, relatively weak compared with developed countries regarding transportation, communication, and health against climate extremes. So we say, actually, for developing countries, they suffer even more from the climate change. And for the SMEs, because they lack resources, they suffered even more within the context of the developing countries. So now let's look at the motives behind this study. So first, we talk about the climate change issues. Climate change issues, which that's a topic that's a hot topic for the past 20 years, especially recently for the G20 summit. That's the main topic for the G20. That aroused the vast majority of the vast attentions worldwide. And for SMEs, we say for these small and medium enterprises, they have a lower ability to deal with climate change, but they suffer more from this. Given they have lack of resources, they lack liquidity, their lack of skilled laborers, they got lower managerial and technical capacity. So we say overall, the SMEs, they suffer even more due to the climate change. And how the SMEs find their growth. So we say it's necessary, it's important to identify new sources of growth for SMEs. Innovation, that will be a significant part. So we say it's through innovation that a firm can ensure efficient use of limited resources and combat with vulnerability to climate change. We say SMEs, they suffer even more, they are more vulnerable to climate change, then innovation will be significant for the SMEs to use their limited resources more efficiently and more effectively. Now let's look at the data and methodology for this study. So the data of a sample includes an unbalanced panel of 443 firms from 14 countries over the period 2007 to 2016. So for these 14 countries, we got 14 developing countries. Okay, and the data for the firm level data were collected from World Scope, climate change risk data collected from ENSCON', country level data collected from World Development Indicator. So that's the data and the data collection. For data analysis, we use GMM to analyze the data we collected. So here we got the sample construction. So for the sample, we got 14 developing countries, including Bulgaria, China, India, Jordan, Malaysia, Nigeria, Pakistan, Peru, Philippines, Poland, South Africa, Sri Lanka, Turkey, and Vietnam. So that's a very big part of the developing countries are included in this study. And overall, that's 443 samples. And for the data analysis, so for the dependent variable, give me a look at the innovation. The innovation is measured by the log of R&D expenditure. That's our dependent variable. And for the independent variable, and it's measured by vulnerability of agriculture, population, food, water, health, ecosystem, human habitat, infrastructure. So that's all the independent variables. Besides this, we have the control variables, including firm size, debt ratio, cash flow, turbulence Q, tankability, and GDP growth. And here we got the variables definition. So we got how to define each variable and what are the sources of each variable. Due to the time limit, we won't go through the details of this. And now let's look at the results. So when we look at the results, we can say for innovation and climate change, that's positive significant. Okay, so that's positive significant of innovation and climate change. And if we look at the control variables, and for firm size and cash flow are significant. But for innovation is significant at 1% level, and climate change is significant at 5% level, which is very significant. And besides the main analysis, we have done additional analysis. We divide our sample into different categories. So the first analysis is based on the growth. So we divide our SMEs into low growth and high growth SMEs. And we can say for the high growth SMEs, it has a positive significant. Compared with the low growth, that's positive, but not significant. And when we divide our samples into low resources and high slag resources, we can say for high slag resources is positive significant. And for low slag is positive, but not significant. And when we divide our sample into low profitable and high profitable, we can say for high profitable SMEs, it has a positive significant impact. And for low profitable, that's positive but not significant. And when we divide our sample into vulnerable industries and non-vulnerable industries, so we can say for non-vulnerable industries is positive and significant, but for vulnerable industries, that's positive but not significant. So from the analysis, we can get our results. the first result, the main result, the climate change has significant positive impact on innovation performance. So overall, it's positively related to innovation performance. And this implies that SMEs tend to invest more in innovative activities to mitigate and adaptive to climate change, given they are more vulnerable, and then they tend to invest more to mitigate and adaptive to climate change. And when we divide our sample into different categories, we can say for the high growth firm, the firm with high slack resources, for the high profitable firms in non-vulnerable industries, they respond more positively to climate change compared with the counterparts. And we have done the robust test as well. So if you look at the robust test, we can say for R&D intensity, that's the innovation performance, and we look at the innovation and climate change. So we can say that's all positive. Okay, they're all both of these. Either we use R&D intensity or R&D dummy, both are significant positive, which is consistent with our main result. And the contribution of this study is the first study to examine the impact of climate change on SMEs innovation in developing countries. Especially for this study, it includes 14 main developing countries rather than one country. So it's more comprehensive and give us a broad picture. And in addition, we observe that SMEs' innovation response to climate change may vary substantially across firms and industries. So besides the overall positive impact, we divide our firms, the SMEs, into different categories, and we found that the firms with different characteristics in different industries, they will respond differently. Last but not least, we also apply the resource-based view to understand the impact of climate change. So we extend the application of resource-based view in research. And now let's look at the implications of this study. First, let's look at the implications for managers. So for the SMEs managers, they can gain competitive advantages of new business opportunities that may rise from response to climate change by investing in innovative activities. So when they invest in innovative activities, they can offer them the competitive advantages. So that's a good strategy for the firm to invest in innovative activities. And in regard to policy, without holistic response to the impact of climate change, small firms face a wider range of problems such as growth and survival. So we can look at the different categories of the firms. And for policymakers, they could promote SMEs innovation activities to mitigate climate change. So the policymaker could adopt more methods to promote this, to promote the SMEs to mitigate or deal with the climate change. Yeah, that's all. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Hello, everyone. Hello again. It's Anna Du. I'm going to present my third paper now. The topic of the third paper is the impacts of alternative energy production innovation on reduction of carbon dioxide emissions, evidence from China. This paper is co-authored with my colleagues, Dr. Tinle Yang and Dr. Fangmin Li from Zhejiang University of Technology, China. The structure of the presentation: first, I'm going to look at the research question, and then I'm going to justify why we do research on this topic. So that's the background of the study. And after that, I'm going to move on to look at the hypothesis development. Then I'm going to discuss the data and methodology of this study, followed by the results of data analysis. Last but not the least, I'm going to present the conclusion and contribution of this study. So first, research question. The research question of this study is how the alternative energy production innovation affects the reduction of the carbon dioxide emission, and what are the impacts of the alternative energy production innovation on the CO2 emissions from different energy resources. This study identifies the alternative energy production innovation as the main factor from the green innovation, which plays a significant role in the reduction of CO2 emissions. So we say for alternative energy production innovation, that's one part of the green innovation. Okay. And for this study, we have a sample of 30 provinces in China over the period 1997 to 2017. That's 20 years data. Okay. And we're going to use the multiple regression models to analyze the data. So first, let's look at the alternative energy production innovation in green innovation. So we define the alternative energy production innovation as the innovation in the field of alternative energy production, which is actually one part of the green innovation. So if we see from the chart, so we can say we got two pie charts here. And for the first one, that's composition of green invention patents in 2017. The second chart, that's composition of green utility model patents in 2017. So from the first chart, we can see that's green invention patents. If you look at the light blue color on the right top, that's 19%. So that's alternative energy production that accounts for 19% of green innovation patents. And if we look at the second chart, around the same area, so the alternative energy production, which is in light blue, that accounts for 20% of green utility model patents. So we say for the alternative energy production innovation, that's a significant part, that's a significant proportion of green innovation. And now let's look at the hypothesis development. We got 4 hypotheses. The first hypothesis, or the main hypothesis, that's the alternative energy production innovation, or we call AEPI in short. The AEPI is negatively related to the CO2 emissions. So we say if we have the higher AEPI, the more AEPI we have, the less CO2 emissions we got. So that's negative, okay? Negative impact on the CO2 emission. That's overall CO2 emissions. That's our main and first hypothesis. And then we got 3 hypotheses, or we call 2A, 2B, 2C. That's we divide this overall CO2 emissions into different categories. So from different sources, we divide the overall emissions from coal, emissions from oil, and emissions from natural gas. So for the hypothesis 2A, we argue the AEPI is negatively related to the CO2 emissions from coal. So that's negative. So all this relationship we expect that's negative. For the second 2B, that's negative impact to the CO2 emissions from the oil, and then the third one, that's hypothesis 2C, that's that's positive impact from natural gas. Okay. So now let's look at the logic between the relationship between AEPI and carbon emission reduction. Let's look at the chart on the right side first. So we can say if we have alternative energy production innovations, that's AEPI. If we have more AEPI, then it will lead to lower market price. So if we have more innovations, then we're going to have lower price. So the market price of alternative energy production will be reduced. And when we have less price, then the consumption will be increased. Okay, this consumption includes in electricity supply, direct consumption in industrial production, direct consumption in living consumption, and indirect consumption in industrial production. So lower price, then higher consumption. Higher consumption of alternative energy production will reduce the carbon intensity. The reduced carbon intensity will reduce carbon emission. Okay, so that's the overall logic. More innovation, then lower price, higher consumption, lower carbon intensity. Lower carbon intensity, which leads to lower carbon emission. Okay. So now let's go back to the left side with the explanations. So AEPI may contribute to the reduction of CO2 emissions by seeking for new alternative energy or improving the efficiency of the current usage of the energy. AEPI also contributes to the reduction of CO2 emissions by improving the efficiency of new energy. So first, it's the amount, and second, it will be the efficiency. And besides, AEPI can not only directly improve the production efficiency and diversity, and also facilitate the decrease of the intensity of CO2 emissions. And some type of innovation are specifically aimed at reducing the efficiency and carbon emissions in the process of AEP factory construction, equipment production, and equipment processing. Okay, so overall, the carbon emissions will be reduced with the AEPI. And now let's look at the heterogeneity of AEPI on CO2 emissions from different energy resources. So earlier we mentioned the different resources, including oil, coal, and natural gas. So now let's look at the different resources. The low-cost alternative fossil energy, so the low cost including coal, oil, and natural gas, is the first to be replaced by other low-emission energy sources. Among coal, oil, and natural gas, the replacement cost of coal is the lowest, followed by oil and natural gas subsequently. So the first one will be replaced will be coal. Okay. When the supply of the new energy products cannot fully satisfy the demand for the substitution of the traditional fossil energy, the market may firstly choose the fossil energy products with a comparatively lower submission cost, which may increase the CO2 emissions from that type of energy. So that's the logic behind this. And compared with the natural gas, the coal and oil are first to be substituted by AEP due to its low-cost substitution and higher CO2 emissions. So the first one will be coal, and then oil, and then natural gas. That would be the order to be replaced. Okay. The natural gas is still taking one of the most important low CO2 emission energy as equivalent to the APE in the market. The APEI aim to lower the cost of usage of the natural gas, may increase the total consumption of the natural gas, which thus increase the CO2 emissions. Okay, so for coal and oil, that's first to be replaced and then followed by the natural gas. Now let's look at the data and methodology. First, let's look at the sample. The sample, we got a panel data, involves the data from 30 provinces in China over the period 1997 to 2017. So that's 20 years data. And the variables, we got 4 dependent variables because we got 4 hypotheses. The first dependent variable will be total CO2 emissions. This one, we use this to examine the first hypothesis. And then for the second hypothesis, we got 2A, 2B, 2C. That's coal, oil, and natural gas. That will be the other 3 dependent variables. Okay. The second, that's the emission of coal. The third, emission of oil, and the fourth, emission of natural gas. Okay, so that's all the dependent variables. The independent variables will be AEPI, Alternative Energy Production Innovation. Besides this, we have control variables including economic development level, industry structure, population, urbanization rate, electricity consumption, energy structure, finance express, and intensity of environmental regulation. Okay. And for the analysis, we use fixed effects, multiple regression. Okay. And now let's look at our results. Okay, we got 4 models based on our hypothesis. We can say for the AEPI, on the first one, total emission, okay, total CO2 emission, that's significant negative, right? That's significant negative. And for the second model, emissions from coal, significant negative. And the third model, emissions of oil, and that's significant negative. And then the fourth one, emissions from natural gas, that's significant positive. So we say for hypothesis 1, the main hypothesis, the AEPI has a negative impact on the emission that's supported. And for hypothesis 2A to 2C are supported as well. And further tests, both the coefficient of the IP and UP are significantly negative, while the UP's negative impact on CO2's emission is higher than that of IP. So that's for the results. Besides this main analysis, we have done the robust check. Okay, so for the robust check, we removed extreme values and regressed, performing 1% bilateral tailing for all variables, and after check, we got the same result. And the second robust check, we substitute the sample period with the period 2000 to 2017. So that's post 2017 years, we got the same result. The third robust check, we substitute the data of its planetary variable 1 year legend to investigate whether the benchmark model is of endogeneity. And of this robust check, it passed the check, it got the same result as well. So for the 3 robust checks, we get the same results. And now let's look at the conclusion and contribution. The conclusion, our results suggest that the AEPI has a positive impact on the deduction of CO2's emissions. Compared with the innovation of the invention patent type, the innovation of utility patent shows a stronger impact on the deduction of CO2 emissions. The results show that the deduction mechanism further varies in accordance with different sources for energy consumption types, which implies that the innovation could be active response to the environmental regulations. And the AEPI is identified from the green innovation, which is a hybrid with other green innovation, including consumption of energy. Given AEPI is one part of the green innovation, then it can have hybrid role with other green innovation. And this study explores the heterogeneity of the impacts on the CO2 emission from different energy resources. It further clarifies the role of AEPI in promoting the energy low carbon transition. And now let's look at the limitation and directions for further research. Since this study sets the research context in China, the findings may not be applicable to developed countries or other developing countries. Okay, so similar studies should be carried out in other contexts to say whether it's applicable worldwide or it's applicable to other countries. And besides this, in terms of the patent data adopted for study, due to the data availability, we use the number of patent applications, which may cause the deviation of the results. So first studies could consider to use the patent approval, or we say the authorized patents, to examine the similar mechanism to say whether it works with the approval patents. Yeah, that's all for this presentation. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, dear Professor Anna, and thank you again for seeing you. Thank you again for contributing with beautiful and lovely and very qualified papers, and hope to meet you again, but this time personally in Istanbul. Thank you.
Thank you so much for having me. Thank you.
Okay, dear questions. Hello again. Now we're going to start our opening panel discussions, and then very qualified international scholars are going to be with us. And the first presenter is going to be Professor Russell Smith, and he's from Australia. And it seems that there's a great time difference. It should be almost midnight, I know, and then they're for the time delay. So the first presentation is going to be very interesting for us, and the title is going to be petrol prices and then obesity. So it's your turn, dear Professor. Thank you very much for your participation again. It's our pleasure to host you. Thank you.
Yeah, okay. Thank you very much, and thank you very much for the invitation to present. This is a joint project with two co-authors, Kushnil and Sefa. And for those of you who are interested, the full paper is available on ResearchGate, or if you don't have access to ResearchGate, certainly just email me, and I'm very happy to send you the full paper. So, think about the motivation for the project. So, obviously, COVID is a big health challenge at the moment, but for many decades, obesity has been a major epidemic, and indeed, COVID's relevant to obesity because those people who suffer from obesity are at greater risk from COVID, and there's also some evidence that COVID has actually contributed to higher obesity rates, particularly in cities like mine, Melbourne, that have been in lockdown for long periods of time, and people haven't been able to do their normal exercise regime. But obviously, from an energy point of view, running parallel with this has been huge volatility in gasoline and petrol prices from at least since the start of the first oil price shock. So the question that we really ask is whether this volatility in petrol prices, and indeed higher petrol prices that of course most people don't want, can they have a silver lining, if you like, in terms of reducing obesity rates? So the main takeaway from the paper, so let me give you that right from the start, is that we find that an increase in petrol prices decreases the probability of being overweight or obese, and that the channels through which this happens is substitution towards more physical forms of transport, so walking, cycling, catching public transport, and reduced expenditure on meals outside the home. So let me go back to the start then and think about conceptually why petrol prices might influence body weight. So generally, often we think about the demand for petrol being very price inelastic. However, there is anecdotal evidence that higher petrol prices will discourage driving. So, for example, there's a 2018 US Gallup poll that suggests that over 40% of those people who were surveyed would be discouraged from driving with an increase in petrol prices. Let's think about what the mechanisms are. So there's clear substitution effects that would suggest a reduction in obesity rates. So the one I mentioned to begin with, substitution towards more active forms of transport. If petrol prices go up, maybe then instead of people taking the car, they might bike, they might take public transport, so they have to walk to the bus stop and then walk the other end, or they might walk if the distances are not too far to travel. Also, though, increased cost of driving would encourage substitution away from eating out. So people may take the car to go to a restaurant or to pick up takeaway, buffet. Often when people eat out, the food is very calorie dense. If they stop at home, then they tend to have healthier home-cooked meals. So substitution effects suggest a reduction in obesity rates. But there's also income effects as well that are indeterminate. So if petrol prices go up, then people will have less income available in general, including income available to spend on food. But then also, if petrol prices go up, the biggest effect in terms of income will probably be on higher transport costs. So higher costs for supermarkets, for example, to get their food from the warehouse to the supermarket, and that will be passed on to the consumer in the form of higher prices. So overall, the effect depends on how the higher food transport costs influence the relative price of healthy versus less healthy foods, and whether people with lower incomes will consume more calorie-dense foods. But overall, our hypothesis is that an increase in petrol prices will actually reduce obesity unless there is an income effect towards consuming calorie-dense foods, and that's large enough to outweigh the two substitution effects. So what do we know from the previous literature? There's very, very few studies that have looked at this relationship. The study that's closest to ours is paper by Quartermarch. It's in Economic Inquiry about a decade ago. He uses state-level gasoline prices, and he has repeated cross-sectional surveys for the US. And he finds a negative relationship between petrol prices and obesity. So we differ in several ways. One is our focus. So our focus is on Australia, my own home country. We look at the situation in Australia, which is probably in many ways more representative of the OECD anyway than the United States, which tends to be a bit of an exception. But we also improve methodologically as well. So we use panel data to control for unobserved individual differences. We use city-level monthly petrol prices, which we match precisely to the date of the interview in which the respondent was interviewed. And petrol prices are also very likely to be endogenous. So we address endogeneity in a couple of different ways. So the data source is 13 waves of HILDA, which is an Australian panel data set, where households and individuals were interviewed in each successive wave. And as I said, we had monthly city-level petrol prices, which we matched to the month of the interview. So the final sample, we have about 13,700 individuals and about almost 90,000 observations. So the variation comes from the fact that these individuals face different monthly petrol prices, and the effect of petrol prices on weight varies across not only the individual, but the cities and, of course, different waves of the panel data. The main outcome variable is BMI, which is the most commonly used measure of body weight. In our sample, BMI score is about 26, which means that people are on average slightly overweight. And the proportion of those who are overweight and obese increases from a bit over half at the start of the period, 2006, through to about 2/3 in 2018. And this is fairly representative of the population in Australia. Just a word on petrol prices. So Australia is a very diverse country, very geographically diverse country where most people have a car. That's the main way in which people can get around. And about 3/4 of cars are powered by unleaded petrol. The other quarter are powered by diesel. Been a lot of volatility in petrol prices. So this is in Australian dollars. Since 2000, varies between about 73 cents and $1.74 per litre. Petrol prices are currently at around about $1.60 per litre. There's a lot of volatility, even within a week, associated with the petrol cycle and the well-known rockets and feathers hypothesis. So as I said, in our main analysis, we use city-level monthly unleaded petrol. And then we also do a number of sensitivity checks where we use petrol prices at different frequencies. So the empirical model, so we have two outcome variables, either treat BMI as a continuous variable. So MCT is month, city, and T being the wave, or obese is a dummy variable for if the respondent is obese. Our main outcome variable is petrol price in the month, city, and the wave. And then in addition, we have control for a range of characteristics that are correlated with somebody being overweight. And then we have time invariant fixed effects and city, month, and year fixed effects. Most of those variables, there are different fixed effects that we're trying to basically control for unobservable characteristics. So petrol prices are likely to be exogenous for various reasons. One is emitted variable bias. So even though we use control for all these different fixed effects, there are several unobservables likely to be correlated with both petrol prices and obesity that we're not able to control for. Measurement error, because we're using average prices, it's well known that that's an imperfect proxy for the underlying prices that people pay. There's also simultaneity bias as well. So people that tend to be overweight, maybe they spend more time at home, they don't spend as much time driving. And because they don't spend as much time driving, they're less likely to benefit from variations in petrol prices over time and probably end up paying higher prices on average. So our main identification strategy is to use the New York Stock Exchange Oil Stock Price Index as an instrument. So this is the price-weighted index of leading companies involved in oil exploration. Our argument is that the stock prices of these major suppliers are likely to be correlated with petrol prices. Australia is a major importer of petroleum products. And then we argue our exclusion restriction is that it's unlikely that oil companies on the New York Stock Exchange are likely to directly influence body weight of participants in ILDA. There are various arguments around that. We actually spend quite a bit of time discussing that in the paper. And if you're interested, once again, ask you to have a look at the paper about the different arguments around the exclusion restriction. So the main results are that we do find an inverse relationship between petrol prices and both BMI as a continuous variable and obesity as a dummy variable. What those results mean, got them down at the bottom there. So the sample mean height of 1.7 metres. Basically, the results correspond to an increase in petrol prices reduces body weight by about 0.7 kilos, or about 2 percentage point decrease in the likelihood of being obese. What about the channels? Very briefly, so we measure physical activity by how often do you participate in physical activity, which is a proxy for active forms of transport. And the other channel is like eating out, so we use household expenditure on meals eaten out. To be a mediator or a channel, a few conditions have to be satisfied. One is that petrol prices have to be correlated with physical activity and meals eaten out. That's what that table there shows, that an increase in petrol prices results in greater physical activity and a reduction in expenditure on meals eaten out, consistent with what you expect. And then when you add the channel, physical activity or meals eaten out in panel B, the coefficient on petrol prices between 1 and 2 and between 3 and 4, the magnitude of the coefficient should decrease in size, which is indeed what happens. So what those results suggest is that physical activity and meals eaten out are in fact channels. We also have a look at the effects of lag prices on obesity. So if you have a look at panel C there, what the results suggest is that contemporaneous increase in price and petrol prices lagged 12 months have a negative effect on weight, but petrol prices lagged 2 years have no effect. That's consistent with a wide number of studies that suggest that any sort of intervention to reduce weight, most of the effects in terms of weight reduction happen within the first 12 months. What do the results mean in terms of sort of their economic significance? I won't go through all of this because I can see I'm a bit short on time, but the main result there is in the last dot point. What we find is that for $1 per litre increase in petrol prices, you get about a reduction of about 672,000 people who are obese, and that would save about 1.4 billion Australian dollars in medical expenditure relating to obesity each year. So the economic benefits of an increase in petrol price in terms of the health effects are actually considerable. In the paper, we do a number of different robustness checks. I won't take you through those now, given sort of how I'm going with time, but we use alternative instruments. We use additional controls. We treat petrol prices as a household decision. We correct for potential bias associated with using self-reported BMI. And then we use, in our main results, as I said, we used city level monthly unleaded petrol. In the robustness checks, we use fuel prices at a range of different frequencies and from various sources. The results are robust to a whole heap of different checks. So what do we learn? So the main conclusion is that we do get our silver lining, that a higher petrol prices contribute to lower rates of obesity. The main channels are through switching to more physical forms of public transport and reduction in expenditure on meals eaten out. What are the policy implications? Well, on the face of it, one implication might be that you can reduce the obesity epidemic by increasing petrol prices. Of course, that would be hugely politically unpopular to do that. And other work that we've done suggests that it would have severe negative effects on subjective well-being. But more subtly, our results suggest that it's possible to reduce the obesity epidemic by policies to promote physical activity, healthy consumption choices, policies to promote more active forms of transport such as cycling and walking, and greater investment in public transport services. So in Australia, there are many suburbs like my own hometown of Melbourne where there's a lot of urban sprawl and people live, a long way out into the outer suburbs. So much more greater investment in public transport and public infrastructure would help with discouraging driving and getting people to adopt more active forms of transport. So that's actually my presentation. So I don't know if there's any time for questions or whether.
Dear Professor, thank you very much for this remarkable and very interesting presentation. It was a very, very interesting one, and it seems that maybe increasing oil prices is not very good for the energy producer countries. But on the other hand, there may be some positive outcomes for the people who have great weight, and it's a positive effect. It's really remarkable. Thank you very much for your presentation. And then for the audience, for the participants, if they have questions, probably they will ask the questions through your email address and or the messages, and then we will send them immediately whenever they have. And thank you very much, although the timing is not very convenient for Australia, and it was our honor to host you. Thank you very much, dear Professor.
Thank you. Very, very, very happy to be here and very happy to present. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Okay, after the first presentation in our opening panel, which was very interesting subject that was following the relationship between the petrol prices and obesity. It was a really good one. And the second presentation is going to be presented by the Professor Dr. Scott Cunningham from UK. And the title of the presentation is going to be Orchestrating Governance for Sustainability. Dear Professor, we are waiting for you. Thank you very much for participating to our conference and for adding value. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's my pleasure to be here today. And indeed, I'm calling from the United Kingdom. In fact, I'm calling from the city of Glasgow, where the COP26 conference on climate change is underway. Less than about a kilometer from where I sit right now is the Blue Zone, where international delegates are debating very consequential choices for our future with regard to climate change emissions. So I want to take this chance to both explore COP26, but also talk about some larger issues of technology policy and energy policy that I think that this conference reveals to us all. So this is a picture of not so long ago of the activities in the center of Glasgow, large protests, celebrations, a huge amount of interest in the city. Now the conference is almost over, but there's a little bit of last minute discussion right now about what exactly is going to go into the text. So I've just been reviewing today. I want to share with you what actually has happened over the last week or 10 days. One of the key things that has happened is that there's a lot of urgency. There's a strained US and China relations, but there are some of the most consequential and historically and currently some of the most polluting nations in the world. So it's a promising thing that they're coming back together to think about what they can do to limit their own emissions despite difficult diplomatic relations. Despite that, there's still a lot of limits on soft national targets. So exactly when are the emissions going to start? Year-over-year increases going to stop, and we begin to draw that down. That's largely lacking in the discussion. There is a major discussion amongst the island nations of the world, talking about 1.5 to survive. They're concerned that many millions of their citizens and residents are going to be displaced if the 1.5 Celsius targets aren't hit. But it doesn't look like they're going to be. It doesn't look like there can be a strong commitment to achieve 1.5 Celsius objectives yet. Those hopes are not yet abandoned, but they are not yet there. The impetus is not yet there. And regardless, there is going to be the need of significant negative emissions to be locked in later in the century. Even if the 2 or 2.5 targets are met, there are going to be perhaps new geoengineering targets, new geoengineering technologies necessary to achieve these targets. One thing also that I observe is that climate finance is increasingly taking a central stage in these discussions. A lot of discussion about who's going to pay, who will benefit from this, how it will be used to invest in new sustainable technologies. For instance, in a country, one lead example is India, who hopes to be able to use this to lead to a more sustainable future. Another thing that's coming is that there's a lot more explicit discussion about bilateral exchange of emissions within world regions. So some of the participating nations are reluctant to talk about market mechanisms, but they're okay with talking about a series of bilateral negotiations or exchange agreements. So if your neighbor is better at reducing emissions, you can have them do it, and those two nations can work together to say, well, together we're going to make positive changes. So this is just the next slide is just a reminder or a comment about, of all these scenarios, where are we headed? And are mechanisms like COP26 and these international conferences on climate change actually helping the world to achieve the stated objectives that they're making? So here are a range of different scenarios ranging from showing historical emissions, future emissions, and a wide range of uncertainties and promises about whether or not these implementations are going to happen. You can see that the lowest and most optimistic scenarios have a 0.9 to 2.3 Celsius range, the RCP 2.6 scenarios. And the entirety of those scenarios, or the vast majority of them, involve negative emissions. Maybe a more baseline scenario are the RCP 4.5 scenarios, which are a little bit above it in yellow, and they're still headed toward the 2.5 degrees Celsius overall emissions in the future. So activists, for instance, amongst others, Greta Thunberg, is arguing that these kind of international events are really just an opportunity for the nations of the world, some nations of the world, to greenwash, to continue doing what they've always done, to continue to pollute, and to say, well, we don't need to make any constructive change at all. So this is a good chance to stop and to think and to examine from the lens of political science and international organizations how these organizations actually work, what mechanisms they use, and therefore how successful they're going to be in actually achieving their goals and their aims. One new idea in the field, it's about 8 years old, but it's an increasingly significant idea. It's the idea of orchestration. So to better understand orchestration through strong international forms of organization, like we see today at COP26, we have to think about the range of options available for international organizations on two dimensions. One dimension is, are we going to work directly with others, or are we going to work indirectly with others? Can the nations of the world work directly or indirectly with others in achieving their aims? Another way is to think about, do they use hard instruments with strong consequences for a failure to act, or do they use soft options, which is mutual agreement and soft agreement? So commentators like Greta Thunberg are saying these soft and indirect mechanisms that lead to orchestration are not effective. But let me break these four down with a range of familiar and maybe unfamiliar ways of governance. The hierarchical governance, which involves hard and direct governance with consequences for not meeting targets, is called the hierarchical form of governance. And we see it in the traditional nation state, and we also see it in the corporations of the world today. On the other hand, the hard and indirect forms of governance through climate change involve mechanisms of delegation. So the nations of the world can appoint smaller bodies or can give authority to companies and other bodies to say, we want you to have this, to solve this for us, or we will create climate change markets or finance mechanisms, and we will delegate our responsibilities to these market mechanisms and hope that they'll achieve it. Soft and direct mechanisms involve collaboration through set targets. So that previous slide was talking about how willing are the world's nations and companies to get together to set targets and to, if you will, shame each other into saying, this is what we want to achieve, these are our targets, why won't you achieve it? Orchestration, though, on this soft and indirect quadrant, is talking about governing through other parties, using these vehicles to achieve common ends. Those might be non-governmental organizations or other international organizations. They also may involve transgovernmental networks and partnerships. So the United Nations is a leading example of transnational networks and partnerships leading to these sorts of changes. But often business organizations are increasingly stepping up and taking the lead and allowing themselves to be key partners in this process of orchestration. But within this range of things, there's a number of other key ideas. Orchestration through intermediaries is one thing that's happening, but increasing amounts of public and private partnership, voluntary regulation by companies, and even multi-level governance mechanisms. So there's a real bestiary, a real zoo of a variety of different new forms of industrial and international organization that are taking the lead here to lead to improved climate change. Now, the next couple of slides I want to talk about, I talked about an explanatory framework for the kinds of organization that we see in Glasgow today and that we'll continue to see through the COP arrangements. Now, what do they actually do when they get together? How are they going to use these forms of international organization to achieve mutual goals? So we can think about their moves and we can think about their techniques. Some of the techniques are to convene, to come together in international, on the international stage where there's a lot of eyes and saying, let's get together, let's discuss this, and let's agree about this in front of the public, in front of protesters, in front of your those that have elected you. Let's agenda set. Let's create a momentum for future change. And there's also, to a limited extent, there's also material and ideational support. We have money to support these ideas, and we have scientists and expertise to show you that these targets are worthwhile in achieving future goals. Another critique coming about these agreements is that this idea that climate change can be solved through just one committee, just one policy lever is, of course, too simple. There's many different rule-setting agreements that have to come together to make constructive change about climate. And so, of course, all these venues, consistent action is going to need to happen. And that also leads to a feeling of frustration or limited action. But there has been a lot going on. So we can think about the variety of rulemaking options that we have for climate. In the circle, we've got things that are happening now. Things like expert assessments about climate change scenarios, for instance, in the IPCC and other national assessments, initiatives to enable regional adaptation, clubs of partners and national partners, multilateral development assistance mechanisms and bilateral initiatives, subnational and regional action, and then other sorts of legal regimes and protocols. Falling outside, but things that are going to have to be taken much more concretely and seriously in the following years are things like geoengineering governance. So geoengineering involves this kind of massive drop down of carbon, and they may actually be technologically feasible. It's not a question of it's less a question of whether it's technologically feasible and whether or not this should be done unilaterally by some nations rather than others, with massive consequences for the world climate. So these are things that need to be governed rather than having individual entrepreneurs or regions or even millionaires deciding that they want to take geoengineering into their own hands. This is something that maybe needs to be agreed upon on the world stage about what kinds of mechanisms we would actually take. Nuclear technology is falling partly out of this rulemaking setting, but more nuclear technology may be a viable means to support future climate change. Financial rules are increasingly becoming part of this. So green finance, and in particular, things that are talked about are green quantitative easing. So when we've had recent financial crises, the nations of the world have been willing to print money on a stable basis to create a new monetary flow, new fiat capital. And there's a desire to create new money, to dedicate it to climate so that incentives are aligned and to direct that money in the ways that could lead to better climate outcomes. There's a lot more talk about that happening. Intellectual property and international trade are going to be a big part of this or need to be brought more into it. I've been hearing a lot lately about regime 1, 2, and 3 kinds of emissions. So regimes 1 and 2, scope 1 and 2, are the kind of climate change emission targets that nations alone can meet. But the scope 3 targets are the kinds of emissions that nations and consumers cause to be introduced by their consumption of international goods. So if we outsource carbon intensive things like concrete or steel or even solar cells to other nations that are polluting, then citizens inside our nations are also jointly responsible for those kinds of emissions in the scope 3 range. So international trade is going to need to be further considered. So part of this is also a big role for industry. Theories of technological change, and particularly technological regimes and new incumbents, show that technological transitions happen with old guard industries being overtaken by newer companies. Some of the newer green companies are less capital intensive, more oriented towards skills and services, and they're repurposing the skills and technologies of the old economy for the new. So industry is stepping in voluntarily to do things like shape new markets, create new products and services to help set the agenda. So if a company steps forward and says, these are the regulations that we think are in our benefit, these are the targets that we think can meet to lead to new jobs and opportunities and profits, then it can be a powerful thing for the world and also for those companies to be technological leaders. They're also creating technology races and competition. So for instance, if the airports of the world set forth goals for green aviation, they can create a demand that wasn't there before, that unfortunately wasn't there before, for more sustainable flight, and therefore put themselves in the competitive lead. So this is another thing that's happening amongst the engineering services and the leading transport companies of the world. So in my closing notes here, I would like to use this opportunity to think a little bit more about about the dilemmas that we face in climate change and what forms of governance are best suited to meet these different kinds of changes in the climate. Even though we're now getting a closer focus on things like orchestration and multi-level governance and technology transitions, different mechanisms are the right way to respond to different sorts of climate change challenges. And I think as academics and scholars, we can take the lead by putting a sharper focus on what governance for what kind of technological, environmental, and social outcomes that we have. And I also want to introduce the journal that I lead called Technological Forecasting and Social Change. And I hope that attendees in this conference will consider presenting their work, sending manuscripts into the journal, either as part of this conference or in their professional and academic lives. And I just want to briefly introduce some of the things that historically the journal has talked about. So the journal is about 50 years old. It stems from the practice of systems engineering. And it literally is about forecasting of new technologies and also the impacts of new technologies, environmental, social, economic, corporate. And but as a part of that agenda, the journal has increasingly covered a range of other things, particularly in the space of energy and the environment. So some of the leading work on transitions management, which is what do you do when a new technological transition is underway, and it's your responsibility to lead those nations and those companies to create change. Or strategic niche management. What do you do when you're a new upcoming firm trying to plant yourself in an entrepreneurial ecosystem where you're going to succeed and where you can propel your technologies to those people that need it? Or multi-level governance. How do you align the interests of companies, regions, nations together to embody technological change? Climate change scenarios has been a major topic. I'm proud that the journal has taken a lead in putting forward those IPCC scenarios. We are increasingly citing and talking about energy policy and also green innovation and green finance. So with that, I'd like to conclude my presentation and thank you for having me and for your attention.
Dear Professor, thank you very much.
Thank you much.
Okay, and it was a good presentation. Yeah, in the end, we somehow just try to figure out that, but okay, it's okay now. And thank you very much for your presentation. And probably there may be some questions, but the participants, if they have questions, they maybe give this sent you the email, or if they write us messages, we can transcribe the messages, and then you may answer the questions.
Thank you. I look forward to hearing from anyone who has any questions or even wants to hear more about the journal. Thanks for your time.
Okay, thank you very much for your participation. Thank you. Okay, there are participants now from United Kingdom. We are going to United States, and it's too early in the morning. I know Professor Gary Campbell is with us. Now he's going to present again a very remarkable presentation, and the title is going to be "Dependence on Strategic Minerals: Problems and Solutions." Dear Professor, thank you very much for participating. Thank you very much for adding great value again, and we are ready to listen to you. Thank you. It's your turn.
Well, thank you very much for that introduction. I hope the weather is nice there. It's snowing here this morning, so I miss being in Istanbul. I hope I get a chance in the near future. The COVID has affected the supply chains. That's become a big issue for the United States. And so I want to talk a little bit about the issue of strategic minerals and the impact that supply chains and its availability have had. So strategic, or sometimes called critical minerals, are minerals that a country are highly dependent on from foreign sources, particularly sources that are limited and uncertain. And we see examples here of energy, which of course we're talking about in this conference, oil and natural gas for Europe particularly, platinum group metals, the automobile industry, cobalt, one of my specialties, and for batteries for electric cars, and rare earth minerals, another specialty of mine. Now, as mentioned, that the impact of COVID pandemic has been, it has created, has shown at least the potential weakness of international supply chains to disruptive events. And of course, the pandemic was a very disruptive event, and it had an impact during and after. So many countries are concerned about this. A couple of slides I used last year. This shows what happened to the mining industry during 2020, and we see a number of countries close their mines down, which of course cut off supplies to people. We have Peru, Canada, South Africa, Mexico, the United States, and so on. This one shows a little bit summarizing it, and showed that a number of commodities were significantly impacted in their availability to produce, starting with uranium at 12% and going down the list down to lithium. So a significant number of mine projects were at risk. Now, I'll start with an example from the US government, which has a definition of critical minerals, which basically says it's essential and we're worrying about the supply chain. If you have a small screen, I apologize. This is going to be a little hard to see, so I put bigger letters of the 35 critical minerals for the United States. Now, what the chart here shows, the little triangles on the left represent what the US stockpiles. The top of the list are actually two materials that we actually export, and then the rest are how much we import. And as the color gets hotter, down toward the bottom, we import more and more of them. That list was from 2018. After the pandemic, the US government decided to revise its critical list. And so they set up this sort of chart. One axis shows the disruptive potential to the supply chain, the horizontal one. The vertical one shows the economic importance of it. They call it the economic vulnerability. The size of the ovals represents how much trade is involved. So we see in the far upper left corner, we see gold. It's a very significant market, but we don't trade in it because the gold just sits around in vaults, and we have a lot of vaults of it. And so there's not much disruption potential, but it's large. So it's a cool color showing not much problem. Then we get over to cobalt. Toward the right, we see that the oval is pretty big. We see its significant supply risk because it comes from basically one politically unstable area and so on. So this represents the new looking after the pandemic of the critical minerals for the United States. And you see, if you're not familiar with the minerals, mostly rare earths, cobalt particularly. Now, this was a really busy one, but this represents all the information I've shown so far for the last 7 years. The takeaway I want you to see from this is in the middle, it shows the main country that we get the materials for in the United States, and we see China, China, China. We even have Turkey down there for beryllium, but mostly it comes from China. European Union has many of the same similar minerals, a little difference here and there. And a chart showing where they come from for the European Union. Again, you see the predominance of China, and then everybody else is scattered. Borate for Turkey, as an example. Now, what are we concerned about here? Well, of course, our supply chain concern is that we can't get it, a supply cutoff. This could be due to political unrest, acts of nature, which we just experienced or are experiencing, accidents, mines have collapsed and so forth, political strategy, that's impossible as countries have political disagreements. Cobalt is a prime example. Cobalt's one of my specialties. When I first started studying it, it was a main ingredient in permanent magnets. Now, of course, it's a key component for electric car batteries. It comes largely from one country in Central Africa, the Congo, and which has political issues and also humanitarian concerns. Now, we have two basic responses to this risk. One response says the market will take care of it, that the market will take into account the risk associated with it. A pricing mechanism will bring about the necessary changes so that the risk will be handled. The other approach is that the market won't handle it, that the market underestimates the cost of foreign dependence. We call that a negative externality. Basically, the market doesn't take into account the risk and the price is too low, which means we tend to use too much of it, import too much of it, and therefore forces from outside the market, government actions become necessary. Here's a little picture of what I mean by negative externality. The actual market is shown by S equals MPC, private marginal cost, or the private supply curve. Part of the cost is missing. We represent that by the SMC curve, or the supply of marginal cost, which is the social marginal cost. So that's the true market equilibrium. And so you see that price 1 is low relative to price 2, and the quantity 1 is greater than quantity 2. This brings about an inefficient market that we should use less of it, at least import less of it, but we're using more because we ignore the potential risk of being dependent on a foreign source and overuse it. Now, what happens if the market functions correctly? Well, you would expect that the price would correctly incorporate the risk that we have from depending on this foreign material, and the adjustments would bring about any corrections. Now, what would be the response? One response is, of course, from the demand, production side. A higher price would encourage go out and find. For example, in the 1970s, a few of us remember the 1970s, there was a very, very dramatic rise in the price of oil. Before that, we basically produced oil from very cheap sources, Saudi Arabia and the Middle East and some other countries. With the much higher price, people went out and started looking for oil. And they found oil in the North Sea between Scotland and Norway. They found it on the North Shore of Alaska, where they had to deal with icebergs and polar bears. They went out deeper in the ocean for oil production. All these things occurred because of the higher price. Now, this is only going to work, which is not necessarily the case for minerals, if there is new sources to be found. Some, like platinum, they've been looking for a number of years and not really found significant new sources of it. On the demand side, we look for ways to use less of it with the higher price. We try to be more efficient in our use less of it. We look for alternatives for it, new technologies, and so we're encouraged to do this, use less. Again, the success of this depends on whether or not we can find something that fits the technical characteristics and the availabilities of alternatives. Again, with cobalt, I said when I first started studying it, it was a main ingredient in permanent magnets. The price of cobalt had a big price rise because of the unavailability to get it from the Congo at the time. And they were able to find new alloys for permanent magnets that didn't need cobalt. And those alloys have stayed with us. So permanent magnets is no longer a major use for cobalt in response to the supply risk. Potentially, private users could have a stockpile in case of emergency. We've had this in the United States. Back in the past, we had coal miner strikes. And they, being American, were very orderly about this and would only strike when their contracts ran out. And so the users of the coal would simply stockpile the coal before the known event was going to happen, and they could outlast the strikers. Now, if you don't have a specific event that you know is coming up, trying to keep a stockpile could be very, very expensive. So private companies tend not to do this. What if there's a market failure that the price doesn't bring about response in supply and demand? Well, then you probably need the government to get involved to encourage a more efficient decision, basically less dependence on a foreign source for your supply chain and potentially more use of it, or at least less use, more domestic production or less use of the mineral in general. Now, possible things that can happen here, the government can just simply say, you use less of it. The ultimate of this would be autarky. Some countries, Russia has a policy of trying to minimize any foreign dependence on materials from anybody. This, of course, leads to higher cost. During the Soviet Union days, neither they or the United States have bauxite for producing aluminum. You can use red clay, which both of our nations have. We have lots of it in the United States and in Russia, but it's much, much more expensive to do that. So that's what they did. They used domestic red clays, making aluminum a very difficult product for people to use. So they could use it in the military and other high value uses, but consumers couldn't use it. The US, by importing it, was able to produce aluminum quite cheaply. A favorite of the industry is subsidizing domestic industries, where the government steps in and gives them a financial incentive to produce so that they can compete. Now, it doesn't have to necessarily be financial. For the United States, we don't tend to finance the domestic industries, except maybe with tax breaks, but we do open up lands. For example, oil and coal production during the Trump administration, he started opening up areas that had been closed off for development for environmental, cultural, recreational uses. The Biden administration's gone back and closed those back again, so we're going back and forth at the moment. But that's another way of subsidizing, allowing production in areas where it wasn't allowed before. But years ago, we have a small platinum mine in the United States, and they asked the government to subsidize them, and they asked them to give them much higher revenue for their production of platinum and the other metals from the mine. U.S. government didn't agree to that. You can keep a stockpile. That's what the U.S. did. The U.S. started a strategic stockpile after World War II because we were cut off from materials during World War II for at least parts of it. We still have it today. We have it both for petroleum which is a separate stock. They're kept in salt domes, and a strategic mineral stockpile of non-fuel minerals. Every year the Congress receives a report from the president about adjustments they should make into it, and so on. The problem is it's very hard to keep the material. It's expensive. Some of it decays. We don't have the processing facilities for much of the material anymore. In the case of the petroleum stocks, it's hard to remove it. Once they put it in those salt domes, it's hard to get it out. So it's not a well-known fact, but when the U.S. releases from the stockpiles for oil, what they do is they basically borrow against it from other sources internationally, and then pay it back over time with the release from the stocks. So a stockpile can be problematic as well. The other approach is to sort of have a strategic plan in place about how you're going to deal with your mineral supply chain. European Union, Japan, Korea, so forth, have government agencies involved in it and so forth. The U.S. government really hasn't gotten any farther itself than coming up with their list of critical minerals. Other than that, they really don't do much. We do have the strategic stockpile, but it's never been used strategically. It's been used occasionally for economic purposes, which is technically against the law, but I guess no one's checking on that. So you can try to have a plan in place. And I know there's interest these days to try to come up with a better supply chain for these materials in response to what happened and is still happening during the pandemic. Now I want to look a little bit at a case study. It's not energy, it's cobalt, which I've been studying for over 40 years. And so I've got a sort of a long-term feel for what's going on in this market. Now, it's said that the use of cobalt has changed in over this years. When I first started studying it, it was all about permanent magnets. Now it's all about lithium-ion batteries. Okay, and there is a currently limited substitution possibility. So we need it. And we're talking about potentially a huge surge in demand if we're going to produce lots and lots of electric cars, which China, some Germany, other countries are really moving ahead with. It's strictly a byproduct, which means we do not mine cobalt by itself. We mine it in association with copper and now nickel as well, which means that the supply of cobalt has nothing to do with the market for cobalt. Byproduct means that the economics doesn't affect the mining. So we mine copper for copper, we mine nickel for nickel, we just get the cobalt with it. So there's sort of a disconnect between the supply of cobalt and the demand of cobalt, because the supply largely depends on what we're doing in nickel and copper. 60% of the cobalt mining occurs in the Congo, which means there's a lack of diversity in output. And of course, the Congo, certainly the mining district of the Congo, has political uncertainty, rebel groups, and so forth. Also social concerns with child labor and other such things. And so it's a real concern for us. Now, over the years, cobalt supply has been cut off or limited, and so we've had big increases in prices. So has the market worked? Well, we said that one response would be to find new sources. Well, they have greatly increased the recovery of cobalt from nickel ores, which when I first started studying this, they didn't do. They just simply did it from copper ores. So this has led to more diversity. Now, what's happened, though, is the demand for cobalt for electric batteries has risen faster than they've been finding new sources. So the importance of the Congo has continued to remain high, even though they've found new sources, because the growth in the Congo has offset the growth elsewhere. Okay, so we haven't made any progress finding new sources with the overall demand. Now, a very new one, which could be I guess the term would be game changer, is deep sea mining. We have sea nodules, which contain quite a bit of cobalt, and they're very, very numerous. One big area is between California and Hawaii. Sea crusts, which is another undersea formation, and the technology is roughly there. It's been there for a long time, but it hasn't been used, one, because the price just wasn't there. But now that they're thinking about doing it, another concern is potentially the huge economic impact of basically dredging up the bottom of the ocean. So there's a very large debate going on about, are we better off mining under a deep sea and not mining on land? Or are we worse off? Is this a very fragile environment that could be permanently damaged by any sort of mining? So that is a potential for a large source of cobalt, but we don't know if we're going to get there or not. Another is to reduce the demand for cobalt. There's a great deal of work going on to find ways to make electric batteries without cobalt, or at least much less cobalt. Nickel, for example, being used in its place. Tesla, for example, is very active in trying to totally move away from cobalt. The issue so far is cobalt batteries are just so much better. The holding, the charge, and potential, and so forth. So while they can make batteries work, they just don't work as well. And until that problem is overcome, we're probably going to continue to need cobalt. Stockpiles, as I mentioned, for private firms, they are expensive, and it's not very competitive for private firms. So, what was the result from this case study? Well, we've made incremental changes. I mean, we've found, we've expanded the cobalt production from nickel ores, but growth has outstripped this. Price swings don't seem to be significant enough to bring about large changes in the market, suggesting the market failure. And so what we've seen in cobalt and other critical materials is big price swings. The price swings up, we get all excited about we need to do something, the price drops, everybody forgets about it. So the market adjustment seems to be a short-term emergency response, and once the initial problem is dealt with, we sort of forget what happened until it happens again. So it's, over my 40 years, I've seen a very cyclical pattern. So, concluding thoughts, just not for cobalt, but for critical materials, the oil industry, and so forth. We see that the market tends to underprice the dependence on our foreign sources. For a private firm, it can seek to lower its costs by sharing the negative externalities with society, so it doesn't pay the cost by itself. What market adjustments we do seem not to be sufficient enough to offset this negative externality, as the response tends to be very short run, and it doesn't provide enough of an incentive to fix the problem over the long run. So I've mentioned, we'll see a price spike. There's a short-term response to that. The price drops. Everybody forgets about the problem, goes on their way until the next problem, the next pandemic or earthquake or whatever occurs. Governments, again, respond to the emergency. Once the emergency's gone away, they just no longer are involved. And they often, when they do get involved, that leads to unintended consequences. And so we get events in the market, market incentives we weren't really expecting. So my rather pessimistic prediction is we'll continue to see a cycle of crises followed by return to normalcy, as we have a very short-term memory about things, and that the market goes for its cheapest price. When the emergency's gone, they factor it out, and so the market doesn't tend to take into account over the long run these risks, and so periodically we'll face these problems in response. So it looks like my time is about run out, and so I'll wrap up with there. Thank you very much for your attention.
Okay, dear Professor, thank you very much for your participation. Thank you very much for your valuable presentation, and then you're always adding value to our presentations and the conferences. And hopefully next time, in the next ENSCON conference, we would like to host you and then our lovely friend Amber together. And I'm very sorry for disturbing you again too early in the morning. I know that there's a great time difference between Turkey and the United States. And then we are so grateful to you for your great supports. You always support us. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you for having me, and I hope again to visit your wonderful country.
Thank you, dear professor. Thank you very much for your participation. Efendim bu sunumumuzu, bu davetimizi inşallah Türkçe olarak yapmak istiyorum. Çünkü çok değerli, olağanüstü bir hanımefendi hocamızla beraberiz şu anda. Profesör Doktor Berin Tansel, Türk kadını için bir gurur kaynağı. Amerika'da bizi temsil eden çok değerli bir bilim insanı. Üstelik ödüllü bir bilim insanıyla beraberiz. Değerli hocam, hoş geldiniz. Sizi Türkçe olarak ağırlamaktan, Türkçe olarak selamlamaktan büyük bir mutluluk duyuyorum. Kongremize katılan az sayıda Türk katılımcımızdan birisiniz ve hele ki bir keynote olarak davet etmiş olmaktan ve sizi bu şekilde ağırlamaktan büyük bir onur duyuyoruz. Hoş geldiniz, sefa geldiniz efendim.
Çok teşekkür ederim Ayfer Hanım. Bana şeref verdiniz. Çok güzel bir line-up hazırlamışsınız. Konferansınızı izliyorum. Erken kalktım, Amerika'dan katılıyorum. Presentation'ım İngilizce hazırladım.
Tabii ki.
Amerika'dan olduğu için. Ama sizi görmek beni çok sevindiriyor her yıl. Çok güzel bir hazırlık yapıyorsunuz bu ENSCON konferans için.
Sizin bilginiz çok değerli. İzniniz olursa çok kısa olarak bir İngilizce takdiminizi yapayım. Ondan sonra sözü size bırakayım değerli hocam. Dear participants, thank you very much. And then the next presentation comes from United States again, and our very lovely, very important, and very qualified Professor Dr. Berin Tansel. And then she's going to present effects of extreme events on the energy sector and greenhouse gas emission. Thank you very much, Professor, and then you're always adding a great value for us. And thank you very much for being with us, and it's your turn. Thank you.
It's a pleasure to be here to join you from United States today. And I'm impressed again with the lineup of the conference, and I've been watching. I woke up early and I didn't want to miss a minute of it. Thank you again. My presentation is about effects of extreme events on energy sector and greenhouse emissions. The presentation has 3 topics intermingled into one: extreme events, energy, and greenhouse. And I want to point out that all of these different concepts, we have seen numerous papers on each one of these. Actually, there are journals on each one of these topics, but they are all intermingled. And one of them affects the other. What is an extreme event? Extreme event can be a natural event or a man-made event. Extreme events can be weather-related, can be hurricanes, floods, droughts, public health-related, as we have seen recently, the COVID-19 pandemic. It could be epidemic or it could be pandemic. We had, in the COVID case, it was global, so it became pandemic. It could be political, it could be wars, embargoes, could be technological. Major shift in technology can be an extreme event, and demographic and social. It could be some kind of migration of people for different reasons. It could be environmental. It could be major oil spill or toxic or nuclear release. Or it could be a geological hazard, such as a major earthquake or volcano eruption. So how do these extreme events affect energy sector and global greenhouse emissions? That is the topic that I will be addressing. There are top 10. This is the top 10 that has been determined about 10 years ago or so, global environmental challenges. Energy is number 3, but all of these environmental challenges are interrelated. So when you think of energy, you also think of global warming, because global warming is affected by the use of energy, fossil fuels primarily, and changes in global climate affects the biological organisms, and it creates new conditions for emergence of diseases, viral or drug resistance bacteria. They can emerge under specific conditions. So other emerging or other environmental challenges include food supply. Of course, food supply will be affected by global warming, and also food supply requires energy. And urban livability and infrastructure also will be affected by, or currently is being affected actually, by global warming and energy demand, as well as the new diseases. So primarily I will focus on oil because I do a lot of work on oil market, and as well as oil use. And oil is a big deal in the economic sector because it has a bigger market share than all the raw materials combined. And when we see these natural and man-made events occurring, they affect the oil prices. And even a small fire in one of the major production locations and refineries can result some kind of oscillation in the market price. So primary use of oil is transportation. And of course, also there's industrial, and we use a smaller fraction of oil global market goes to residential and commercial use. So I want to switch the topic slightly to global tipping points. What is happening globally? What is changing? And how do these changes affect the oil market? So we are seeing some loss of Arctic ices when in both poles, North Pole and South Pole, the ice is melting or softening. And ice melting, even though it may not seem as significant when one considers it, but the icebergs, the tip of the iceberg is very small fraction of the iceberg that we see as it melts, the sea level increases significantly. And we are seeing some changes in the forest conditions. Some new insects are emerging. And we are also seeing a slowing down of the circulation of this, which has a major food supply impact in global economy, this area. And also we are seeing a significant reduction in the Amazon rainforest. And we are seeing changes in the coral reefs. We have in Australia area, the coral reefs are dying at larger scale. So when the sea level rises, all these areas will be affected. This area is important globally because it is the most productive region. The central portion of the globe is the most productive region. As a result, it is the most populated region. Most of the population, actually in a much smaller region. And if you look at the refineries, oil refineries, where they are, most of them are in that region, where people are, where the food production is occurring. So when the sea level rises, all these refineries will be affected. And these refineries refine oil, produce the oil and market the oil. And oil, of course, shifts location. It gets transported from different locations. These are bottlenecks. They don't have like direct opening to the big seas. So these are like they control the oil transport quantities. And with the sea level rise, you can see that all these transportation routes will be affected. So the ports that used to receive the oil barges, they will no longer be available, or it will require some kind of adjustment. So next, I'm going to show the oil prices. Oil prices, this is the last 51 years or so, since 1970s. You can see some oscillations. It is not a stable trend for oil. Oil happens to be one of the most oscillating price commodity. So why all these oscillations happening? And if you look at the if you go backwards, we see the COVID resulted in major decrease because people did not use or did not need oil for transportation. Remember, the transportation is the big user of the oil. And then here we are seeing uprising in Egypt and Libya, which are oil producing countries. And suddenly when they don't market the oil as the same at the same level, the price goes up. And then here we are seeing the global financial collapse. And even a strike in Venezuela, which is an oil producing country, results in this oscillation. And then the Gulf War, of course, here we're seeing and Iranian revolution. Iran is a major oil producing country. Iran-Iraq war. You can see all of these have events have resulted in significant oscillations in oil prices. If we look at a little bit more recent history from 2014 to current 2021, and we are seeing the oil supply is also changing. We're seeing all this oscillation. Major dip is here. This is the dip of the century, I guess, or the last 50 years or so, is during COVID-19. And I'm going to shift again to another topic, which is greenhouse gas emissions. And I will eventually come back to oil, but I want to mention these greenhouse gas emissions, what they are and what they do. Greenhouse gas emissions include carbon dioxide, methane, and nitrous oxide, halogenated gases, and some other gases. These gases, here the carbon dioxide is the main important because that is the largest greenhouse gas that is emitted with the use of oil. They once their concentration increases in the atmosphere, they trap the heat. The solar energy is coming in. As the levels of these greenhouse gases increase in the atmospheric layer, the energy that's coming from the sun gets trapped, and it is called the greenhouse effect because as if you have this glass structure, which is the greenhouse, is the heat gets trapped and it gets really warm, and you can grow plants even in wintertime because the heat gets trapped there. So that is why it is called the greenhouse effect, because the heat will gets trapped. So the majority of the greenhouse gases, carbon dioxide, and you may ask that, well, we exhale carbon dioxide, plants exhale, but also there is some kind of balance globally because plants also clean up, remove the carbon dioxide during their plant cycle, during their growth phase. And there is a balance. With the use of oil or fossil fuels, this balance gets shifted, and the recovery or removal of carbon dioxide, the balance is no longer there. So global greenhouse gas emissions, where are they coming from? They are coming from this electricity and heat production, which is related, of course, to oil. It is coming from industry, which uses a lot of oil, transportation, major uses of energy, buildings, which use fairly small amount of oil and also has smaller fraction here, and agricultural, forestry, and other land uses and other energy sources. So what happened during COVID? This is the CO2 production. We don't see much oscillation like the oil oscillations here. We see here some reduction in CO2 production during the fall of USSR. And then during the Great Recession, people did not use as much oil or did not travel as much. And then here, when we come to COVID 2020, we see a major dip in CO2 emissions or production. So if we look at the COVID, since it is very recent history, we are all familiar about the lockdown during 2020. Different countries had different types of lockdown, which coincided with the peak. And then, of course, after the lockdown, and it has gone down. And then now we are here in 2021 with the new variants emerging. It's again coming up again in some areas. So we are also seeing this. This is the world oil consumption. You can see how much it has been affected during the lockdown because of the primarily transportation, because people did not travel as much. Also, some of the industries did not produce, did not function, closed down. As a result, the oil consumption had been declined significantly. This is the change in carbon dioxide emissions from 2019, where there was no lockdown, and to 2020, when there was lockdown. You can see that CO2 emissions here, there was 70% change from what it had been just for CO2. And for the domestic use, this is for green is a domestic use. And for the land transportation, we have seen 43% use. And these are overall, we have seen 17% decline in CO2 emissions in comparison to 2019. It is not just US or any specific locations, different countries. This is the global decline. We have seen in CO2 17% reduction. And this is the US. We have seen, again, significant reduction here. Italy also, it was one of the locations that COVID had major impacts. We have seen here as a result, significant reduction. And we are seeing a major reduction in Spain. Spain had more stringent regulations. And Japan, we are not seeing as much reduction in the case of Japan. In conclusion, I want to highlight a few things here. Extreme and unusual events, man-made or natural, affect oil supply and demand and global oil prices. Oil prices are very fragile. They show immediate response to any natural and man-made occasion and extreme event. Greenhouse gases contribute to climate change, and oil demand declined significantly during COVID-19 lockdown, and there was also significant decrease in greenhouse emissions during the same period that we had COVID-19 lockdown. Thank you again. That is my presentation that combines oil use with greenhouse gas emissions and global climate change. Thank you very much. And I will be following the conference here from my location in the United States.
Dear Professor, thank you very much for this remarkable presentation. It seems that maybe the only positive side of COVID-19 is probably decreasing the greenhouse effect. And it was a really good and very remarkable presentation, and we benefited from it. Probably there may be some questions, and then we showed your email address, and there may be some questions, and all the audience and participations. Could you please just write, dear Professor, the questions, or you can write the questions through our messaging package over on the website. Thank you very much, dear Professor, for your participation again, and thank you very much for adding great value as usual and for your great supports.
Thank you very much. I'm honored.
Okay, dear participants, dear audience, and last but not least, of course, our last presenter is going to be Professor Perry Sadorsky. He's from Canada, and it's 10 o'clock, he said, not too early, but still early. And he's going to present. The title of the presentation is going to be Market Uncertainty and Clean Energy Stocks Before and During COVID-19 Pandemic. And we are listening to you, dear Professor. Thank you very much for your participation and for your adding great value. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. First, let me start off by thanking the organizing committee for inviting me to participate in this important conference. So I appreciate the invitation. Thank you very much. It's a beautiful day here in Toronto, but snow is forecast for the next couple days. Okay, so my presentation is on market uncertainty and clean energy stocks before and during COVID-19. And climate change, green consumers, energy security, technological innovation are all powerful forces helping to shape the investment climate for clean energy. And by clean energy, I mean energy that's derived from renewable energy sources, renewable energy like solar, wind, geothermal, hydro, biomass, things like that. And in particular, over the last 10 years, technological innovation has played a major role in lowering the cost of clean energy, renewable energy. If you take a look at the levelized cost of electricity, what really is striking is how much there's been a decline in the levelized cost of solar. In 2009, solar was about $350 per megawatt hour, and now it's below $30. Huge decline in the levelized cost of solar. Wind is also very cheap, and solar and wind are now cheaper than either coal or natural gas. And so this has been a major driver for increased interest in investing in clean energy. The amount of money flowing into clean energy equities varies somewhat from year to year, but overall it's been growing at about double digits, somewhere about 24% per year over the last 10 years or so. Now, one aspect of green consumers is the interest in electric cars. And I've got a chart here of Tesla. And Tesla's share price was appreciating between 2011 and 2019, but then in 2020, the share price has just exploded. And you can see on the right-hand side, there's just a huge run-up in the share price of Tesla. Now, as you're probably aware, the market capitalization of Tesla is larger than the market capitalization of all the other publicly traded auto companies combined. But Tesla doesn't really produce that many cars. But one thing Tesla has done is really push the other automakers to start thinking seriously about electric cars. And at COP26, some of the countries were talking about how they're going to phase out the sales of gasoline and diesel-powered autos by 2025 or 2030. And while this is all good news on the electric car front, Tesla is the bright pink circles. They tend to focus on higher priced cars that have longer battery life. And then the other automakers sort of started off with smaller, lower priced cars that didn't have a very wide range. But you can see as we move to the right-hand side of the chart, a lot of the other companies now are involved. You look at some of the big premium brands, Audi, BMW, Mercedes-Benz, they all have massive plans for expansion in the electric car space. So it's a sign of, I think, a good sign for consumer interest. This week here in North America, Rivian had their initial public offering. They are a company specializing in making electric trucks, light duty trucks, not big trucks, but smaller trucks and delivery vans. And they now have the distinguished feature of being the largest company in America with no sales. So they went IPO, share price shot up something like 35% this week, and they so far haven't sold a truck yet. So but it's looking good on hopes and speculation. Well, what about electric motors for trucks? Okay, so that's a picture of trucks waiting at the Los Angeles harbor to come and pick up their loads. And those are containers that those trucks pull. And if you look at one of these big container ships today can handle between 10,000 and 15,000 containers. Each container needs a truck to pull a container away from the port. We're looking at 15,000 trucks. That's a lot of diesel being consumed. So if we could get electric trucks, that would be something positive as well, I think. All right, the energy transition. So we're moving from this to that, and maybe this. So if we ever hope to accomplish space travel, we're going to need a propulsion system a whole lot better than what we currently have. All right, so getting back to more earthly questions. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to ask some questions. How has COVID-19 affected the impact of market uncertainty on clean energy stocks? Are different subsectors affected differently? And this all fits in with a large literature showing that oil prices, technology stock prices, market volatility affects clean energy stock prices. And I just copied this from one of my papers. If I've missed your name, apologies. The last couple of years, there's been an enormous number of publications on clean energy equity type modeling. So this is just a sample of some of the papers in that literature set, but it's growing very rapidly. So what I'm going to be doing is I'll look at my methods. I'll look at some wavelets. We'll do some spectral causality and some Markov switching. Okay. And software, I use R and Stata. The data set is daily and it's relatively short. I'm looking at the time period January 1st, 2018 to September 30th, 2021, and I'm trying to match a approximately even sample size for the COVID period, which I would argue still currently in, and the pre-COVID period. The data is data for PBW, TAN, and FAN. PBW, TAN, and FAN are exchange-traded funds that hold baskets of clean energy stocks. PBW is a broad-based clean energy exchange-traded fund, mostly focused on North America. TAN is a basket of solar companies. It's very global in its representation. And FAN is a basket of wind energy stocks. So TAN, FAN, PBW, all trade off the New York Stock Exchange. ACWI is the All Country World Index. It's also an exchange-traded fund. And then my market uncertainty is VIX, OVIX, and VXN. VIX is the volatility index from the CBOE. It measures the market's expectation of volatility 30 days into the future. It's constructed off of it's a very complicated formula using option prices from the S&P 500. OVIX is the oil volatility index, and VXN is the technology volatility index. VXN is constructed off the NASDAQ 100. So these are all measures of market's expectation of volatility over the next 30 days. All right. Well, here's what the data looks like. PBW, FAN, TAN, and ACWI. And you can see that the first three panels all share a very similar pattern. Fairly flat up until about January of 2020, and then a large increase in price, sort of a peak, and then sort of a flattening out. And it's a bit different from the All Country World Index because ACWI got hit hard by COVID. So COVID, the big drop there in the plot is March of 2020. Remember that in March, that's when the World Health Organization declared COVID a pandemic, a global pandemic. So a huge sell-off for ACWI, and there's sort of a slow, gradual increase in share price, which is a bit different from the sharp increase for either TAN, FAN, or PBW. VIX, OVIX, and VXN, again, huge spikes in March 2020. And the volatility gradually diminished. VIX is still a little bit high compared to the pre-COVID period. OVIX and VXN are about currently back to values that we saw before the outbreak of COVID. All right, so here's some, this is some analysis from wavelets here. We're basically looking at the continuous wavelet transformation. Basically, these are heat maps. The big blobs in black, that's where the variability in the data is highest. Again, around March of 2020. They look kind of similar. FAN is a little less sensitive to market conditions. FAN, remember, is the collection of wind companies. TAN is probably the most volatile of the three that you're looking at. Mostly around the 64-day period is where the variability is the highest. ACWI looks like that. It's much broader. It covers a volatility area just before 2020 and then well into 2020. VIX, just not too much really, just March of 2020. OVIX is much larger. This is, again, the variability in the data, VXN, and that's what that looks like. All right, so how do I do the spectral causality? Well, it's the best. I'll present the results two ways. There's the graphical approach, which you're looking at. The top line, the top horizontal line is the 5% confidence band, which is the one I'm using for significance. So we're basically looking to see if the plot of the statistics is above the 5% line. So in the top panel, it's spectral causality for the 2018-2019 period. Bottom panel is the COVID period, 2020 to 2021. And you can see that in terms of the all-country effect, nothing in the pre-COVID period, and yes, something in the COVID period. Now, the axis is actually in radians. So 1, 2, 3 are not days, they're radians. You have to divide that into 2 pi. So 2 pi divided by those numbers will give you the actual days. I'll show you a chart with that. It's a little easier to read with days rather than radians, but this is what the plot looks like. Same sort of pattern really for VIX. Nothing significant in the pre-COVID period, but yes, something is significant in the COVID period. OVIX pattern's a little bit different, but yes, we do have something significant in the COVID period, and then VXN also something significant in the COVID period. So if you just compare the analysis pre-COVID, COVID, there seems to be more causality at the spectrum level for the COVID period. Okay. Now there's plots for that for the other variables. But I'm going to just give you a tabular form here. So here's just the standard Granger causality tests, and I broken it down to pre-COVID, COVID. You can see ACWI is significant in the pre-COVID period for all three of the ETFs. VIX also is, OVIX not so much, VXN not so much. And then when I transform the spectral results to days, then this is what I get. So for instance, ACWI 2,2.7. So it's significant between 2 days and 2.7 days. That's what the meaning of those numbers are. Basically, there's more evidence of causality at the spectral level than there was at the non-spectral level. But also you can see that in terms of days, it's all pretty high frequency. There's nothing in the table more than about 7 days, 6.8, 6.9, 9. Oh, sorry, there's one at 9 days. Okay, so 9 days is the highest. So most of the causality is, within about 2 weeks of time period. All right, good. So we're finding out there's definitely more causality in the COVID period. Now, another approach is to use Markov switching. So this is a bit of it's a full body table here. So state 1 is the high volatility state. I worked with a 2-state model, high volatility, low volatility. So state 1, ACWI is significant for all the time periods. VIX is significant, but notice the estimated coefficient on VIX is mostly positive, which is counterintuitive to me because usually in a high volatility situation, stock prices decline. not increase. And so I'm getting the opposite result. OVIX, not so much, a few significant values, VXN, a few, but most of the action, most of the significance is with fixed at ACWI. State 2 is the low volatility state. We lose the volatility variables here. They're not really significant. ACWI is. You can think of the coefficient on ACWI as basically the beta in a CAP-M type relationship. So you're looking at betas around 1.4, 0.6, 1.1. Again, FAN is the basket of wind stocks. It's generally a little, they're less sensitive to market conditions than either TAN, which is solar stocks, or the overall market. Duration in days, state 1, the high volatility state, longer durations. I'll show you the plots in a minute, but for PBW, pre-COVID around 10.3 days duration, COVID period 79 days. And you can see that the pre-COVID period tends to have a shorter duration than the COVID period. So this is Markov switching for PBW, high volatility pre-COVID, lots of variability. And then here's the clean plot that you would expect when you're looking at a high volatility state. You can see what the volatility looked like as we work through. Right now, the right-hand side of the plot, we're in pretty much we've moved back into a low volatility, but we passed through some pretty high volatile periods of time. FAN, it switches a lot, so you don't see too much between the high and the low volatility states. TAN, also in the high volatility pre-COVID state, looks like this, a lot of switching, and then in the high volatility COVID state, you have much less switching, so it looks like this. All right, so what's the basic upshot? So I looked at so the question is, what's the effect of market uncertainty? Well, the spectral causality shows that causality was very different during COVID-19. There's a lot more causality from market uncertainty to clean energy stock prices, and the causality is generally at the higher frequencies. Okay, we saw most of it between 2 and 9 days, so that's where most of the causality is taking place. Solar stocks are the most affected. You might not get that from the plots, but if you look at the actual raw output from the analysis, solar stocks are much more affected than wind stocks are. Now the puzzle is the high volatility during COVID coincide with higher clean energy stock prices. And this is, as I mentioned, unexpected, since normally high volatility is considered to be detrimental to share prices. So we'll get back to that in just a few moments here, but that's a bit unexpected. Multi-factor betas, they vary widely, as though the estimated coefficients from the Markov switching. Standard portfolio analysis like mean variance or risk parity may miss important relationships. If I had to tackle forecasting these types of prices, I'd probably go non-parametric. We need something to be able to handle the different regimes. The switching happens very quickly. No one really predicted COVID. We had some indicators late in 2019, but nobody really could predict it in the sense that you can maybe with financial markets. Financial markets, you can always look at something like the yield curve and try to make a prediction based on that. But with a pandemic, there's really no obvious indicators. Now, the last bullet point is probably the one that's the most interesting overall. Question: are clean energy stocks in a bubble? And yeah, some people say that's exactly what's happened. If you go back and look at the Tesla share price, that wasn't COVID that did that. Something else must have triggered that massive interest in, say, Tesla and also clean energy overall. So remember, a bubble is too much money chasing too few goods. So there's euphoria about investing in clean energy. There's a limited number of publicly traded companies, and the companies that are there are getting bid up, or at least they were getting bid up a lot, mostly since the beginning of this year into the summer. So what could have triggered? Well, first off, is there a bubble? I don't know. I didn't run the test. Obviously, there's tests you can run for bubbles. Maybe I should do that. If it is a bubble, what would be the rationale for the bubble? And the consensus from people that I know that study this in more detail in the practical side, they say, well, it was quite simple. There was a transition in the U.S. to a much more favorable president when it comes to clean energy. And when Biden came in as president, it just opened up the whole clean energy spectrum, and boom, all this pent up demand just got unleashed. And that may be what's driving the bubble. And we'll see what comes out of COP26. Maybe that'll keep the momentum going as well. We'll see what happens. Okay, so so that's basically the message I have to share with you here. So that concludes my presentation. Thank you very much.
Okay. Dear Professor Perry, thank you very much for this remarkable presentation. It was a very good one, and also you used your timing very well. So thank you very much. And then there may
You're
be some
welcome. Thanks,
questions,
everybody.
and then if there are questions, and our participants may write email or just send messages, and we can transfer them to you. Thank you very much for your time.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Dear participants, and we have finished most of our opening panel discussions, and the last one is going to be presented by Professor Dr. Henrik Lund, and we are gonna turn back to Europe again, and then he's from Denmark, but unfortunately we couldn't have enough connections, so unfortunately we won't be able to see his video, I mean his physical appearance, but he's going to just provide his presentation just audio transfers. So, dear Professor Henrik Lund, and we are going to listen your presentation. The title is going to be Smart Energy in Denmark, Strategies for a Fully Decarbonized Society. And thank you very much. And this is going to be last presentation of our opening panel, our dear presentations. I mean, dear participants, thank you very much for your patience.
On behalf of myself and my co-authors, who are all listed here on the first slide, I would like to welcome you to this presentation on Smart Energy Denmark, strategies for fully decarbonized society. My name is Henrik Lund. I'm professor in energy planning at Aalborg University. I come from the northern parts of Denmark. Some of the things that I will touch upon here, among others, the concept of smart energy systems is elaborated on in my book on renewable energy system that had a new edition in 2014, where there is a chapter especially on smart energy systems and infrastructures. The case here is about Denmark, and in Denmark for a long time we have had a target on going for 100% renewable energy. Actually, this was formulated back in 2006, and this is a target that have been confirmed by various governments ever since then, and also supported by a very strong majority in the parliament. But there's also a trend on how it has been formulated. In the beginning, it was said we should have a fossil-free society free of fossil fuels, and then it was also formulated as going to 100% renewable energy. But in the later days, it has more been formulated on going to a decarbonized society, taking a more broader approach. It's not only the energy sector, but it's all the sectors, and it's all the greenhouse gases we are talking about. Our current government made a very strict target for a 70% reduction in greenhouse gases already by 2030. And these are the things being discussed in the Danish parliament and the Danish society, how to implement that. Again, it's supported by a huge majority in the parliament, and also all the negotiations is also involving almost the whole parliament. But one thing is to say 100% renewable energy in 2050, or as it is more formulated now, a fully decarbonized society. But how to do it, and is it really necessary to wait until 2050? Everybody knows this is a very urgent situation we are in right now. My presentation here is about how can you as a country like Denmark, or for that matter, if you take the view of Europe, or if you only take a view of a city, always being part of the broader picture of the climate change crisis and the solution. How can you define what you should do in your area if you want to decarbonize, in this case Denmark, but it could also be, as I mentioned, a city or the whole of Europe. I mean, this only makes sense if the rest of the world is doing the same thing, and this actually also has to do with what can you do then in your local community, and how should you define what you should do so it goes well along with that the rest of the world will be able to do the same. We have a long tradition, and the presentation and the study here is based upon that, a long tradition of a collaboration between our research group at Aalborg University and then the Danish Association of Engineers. We started this already in 2006 and proposed strategies for the political debate and try to influence and also try to communicate that we as engineers can see the solutions to the problem from a technical point of view, and we are very willing to engage in how we should do it in terms of political means and measures to implement it. So we have made various strategies ever since then. The latest one in 2015, and when now the new debate came up here, then we, based upon this strategy, we came with a new report that we call the EDAS climate response, and that's what I'm talking about here. Whenever we do this type of analysis, we use the energy plan software to calculate into the future how we best can put a system together, what technologies we have and how they can play together in the overall system, not only electricity, but also heating and cooling and industry and buildings and transport, not at least, and also now the other sectors outside the energy and transport sector. And what we do both when we work together with the Association of Engineers, but also in general, based on the experiments of all our studies, that we take this holistic smart energy systems approach. And this approach is sort of based on the belief that if we want to find doable and reliable and also cost-efficient way of decarbonize societies, then we must take an integrated approach. We cannot look at the different sector on its own, the electricity on its own, or the heating sector on its own, etc. We have to look upon it in an integrated manner, a cross-sectoral approach. Only if we do that, then we will be able to identify the best and the least cost solution, and also the technical doable and political liable solutions as far as our experience go. And that is why our energy system analysis model is sort of designed to do that. We do not only analyze on an hourly basis the electricity, but also the rest of the sectors, and more importantly, all the conversion technologies that the link between the sectors. We have a short video, you can find it on YouTube, Smart Energy Systems, that elaborate more on how we believe this can and should be done. Now back to the study we call the EDAS climate response, based on what we have done previously, but now targeted into the political debate in Denmark about decarbonizing societies. The Danish government have sort of two very specific targets. The one is formulated for year 2030 to decrease by 70% the Danish carbon dioxide emissions, and the next one is to go for fully decarbonized society by 2050, as I mentioned before. When we designed our study here, we sort of defined two very important guiding principles. And this, what you see on the slide here, is the one. And this guiding principle is that if you look very strict into a 70% carbon dioxide reduction in 2030, it's important not only to look at 2030 and sort of stop there. It's very important that already now, and also in what we do before 2030, that we think ahead and we think into the fully decarbonized society to come afterwards, because we already need to do that now in order to be able to take the next steps. And the reason for this is that when we look upon the first step, we will very often prioritize technologies that we already exist and we can do, and concentrate on them, of course, to do the first steps. But this will leave some of the more difficult parts to be dealt with after 2030. And in order to have those technologies in hand, especially some of the transport technologies, to make them into renewable energy in the transport sector, then we have to start development of that already now. So that's a very important thing. That is when we look for 2030 and define what to do, we should also look beyond 2030, because we need already now to start developing those technologies that we should need in the next step. Another very important guiding principle when we put this together is that it only makes sense that we do this in Denmark if the rest of Europe, and by the end of the world, by the end of the day, the rest of the world will do the same. So we should do this in a way in Denmark so that the rest of the world can do the same, and what we do will fit well into that we can do this all over. And maybe this sounds simple, but actually it has a huge impact on how you define what you're doing. For example, in Denmark, when we define our carbon dioxide emission in accordance with the UN way of calculating it, international aviation and shipping is not included. But somebody will have to include that, and what we argue here is that in the longer term, after 2030 in Denmark, we should include our share of the Danish share of international aviation and shipping into our strategies, so we can also deal with that. Another issue is the whole issue of sustainable use of biomass. There is a certain number of biomass, amount of biomass that we can call sustainable, but we have to limit ourselves to that. And again, a Danish strategy should limit itself to using only the Danish share of what is sustainable biomass in the world. And then there's a whole issue of trading, especially with electricity, but in principle also with other resources. And if we build a lot of wind turbines in Denmark, then of course we can export some of it, but we should also contribute with our give our contribution to balancing electricity and both with export and import, but also with flexibility in our electricity system in Denmark. And we should do this in a way so it will be mutual benefits of importing and exporting, because sometimes the wind blows in Denmark and sometimes not other places and so on. But we should do it in a way so they can deal with this in common. Now this slide here shows the Danish carbon dioxide emission from 1990 and up to now. And as you can see, it already been reduced quite some. And then there is our proposal on how to make the response in 2030. We, as you can see here, it's not only a matter of the dark blue, the energy and transport sector, there's also the agricultural and the processes and industry, and also what is called LULUCF, all the areas and so on that also are climate change. And it's together we will have to look upon this. If we look at our proposal, then it's easier to do something with the electricity sector and the heating sector and the industry, as you can see here, while the transport sector, the yellow one to the top, is one that we have most difficult to do something with before 2030. Now, when we calculate it according to the UN way of calculating it, there are some things that actually is not included. One of the issues is the biomass. If we import biomass, then the carbon dioxide emission from producing the biomass is allocated in another country. That's one thing, and the other thing is the international shipping and aviation, as I mentioned before. So when we look ahead and design our strategy for 2045, this has been included. We include the Danish share of international aviation and shipping. And we also take a look at how we produce the biomass and so on and so forth. And here you can see the strategy until 2045, where we also have CCS and biochar to make a sync, because in some of the sectors, not the energy sectors, but in some of the other sectors, agricultural and industrial processes, we don't believe we can go to a zero. The Sankey diagrams looks like this. This is 2020 with a lot of fossil fuels. Then we change it into this in 2030 with less fossil fuels. And then we have this diagram here for 2045 with no fossil fuels, and also with things and so on, and with a quite complicated biomass integration also. In the system, there's a lot of sector integration between the sectors and a lot of storage to facilitate that. There is also the whole biomass. We limit ourselves down to 23 gigajoule per capita, which we believe is within the range of sustainable biomass in the world. It's a quite complicated way we use it. We also calculate how much renewable energy we have to build, especially wind turbines is something we will have to expand in order to meet the targets here. We have around 6,000 megawatt in Denmark right now, and it has to be expanded to approximately 20,000 megawatt. What we also take a look at the cost of this, it actually don't seem to cost a lot extra, but we will instead of buying for fuels, we will pay for investments. We have also made studies on this on the European level, and also
Okay, thank you very much, dear Professor Dr. Henrik Lund. Actually, we tried to connect with him, but we had some technical problems, so he just could not directly show his video, but anyhow, we could get all his presentation. And dear participants, this is all for today, and hopefully we will continue next for our next presentations tomorrow. Please go ahead and check the program for tomorrow, and then both channels, Room 1 and Room 2, will continue presentations. And according to the schedule, we will be there, and then please follow us. Thank you very much for your patience, and thank you very much for your great participation to our conference. See you all tomorrow. Bye-bye.